Meeting to order. It is 10:02 a.m., April 29th, 2025. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. Chairman Gaines.
Here.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Here.
Member Vasquez.
Present.
Member Schaefer.
Present.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Present.
Wonderful. A quorum is present and the board meeting is called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Vice Chair Lieber will lead us. Thank you.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, members, it's an opportunity for opening remarks, and why don't I just start on my left here, and if we could have Mr. Vasquez, any opening comments that you have?
Thank you, Chair Gaines. I'd like to open up with a few quick remarks. First, earlier this month, on April 10th, my county, LA County, officially proclaimed Dolores Huerta Day on April 10th to honor her 95th birthday. The labor leader and civil rights activist Dolores Huerta, who was acknowledged for her lifelong dedication to workers' rights, education, and social justice. The purpose was to honor her achievements and to encourage community participation in her volunteer efforts. Next, I'd like to recognize Earth Day. Was also April 22nd. To demonstrate support for protecting our environment. The first Earth Day on April 22nd, 1970, attended by 20 million people across the United States, strengthened support for legislation such as the Clean Air Act and Endangered Species Act. On Earth Day, and hopefully every day, we recognize it is not enough to simply hope for a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. We must continue to take action every day to foster a healthier planet for all. Now I want to just note National Fair Housing Month, observed in April, commemorating the anniversary of the Fair Housing Act of 1968 that prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, familial status, or disabilities. This annual observance is a time to raise awareness about fair housing rights and efforts to end housing discrimination. And last, I'll end with the Administrative Professional Day. Celebrates on April the 23rd. I'd like to thank all our dedicated, capable, and valued administrative employees throughout the BOE agency and in the board, in our own separate board district offices as well, for their continued commitment and excellence and importance as we do our day-to-day work. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the Chair.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you very much for those updates and recognitions. And we'll now move to Member Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair. I always have a birthday to mention, and today is a very special day. It's the birthday of William Randolph Hearst. I don't want to be stealing thunder from Member Lieber's district, but San Luis Obispo County is the home of Hearst Castle. And I put in a call this week in my little research to Tom Bordanaro Jr., who is our assessor there. I was not able to talk to him personally, but one of his staff members called me up and discussed the issue with me. It seems that we don't assess it or for tax purposes at all anymore because it's state property, but it's been valued at about $280 million in the past. It's in the little town of San Simeon that has about 500 people. If you want to take a tour of it, it's $35 for adults and $18 for kids. And the Hearst family has done so much for the University of California system. As you know, I'm a graduate of Berkeley. And it's interesting, while I didn't meet any of the Hearst family, I've talked to the household of Patty Hearst. She's alive and well in New York. And I was a classmate in in politics with Patty Hearst's attorney, Terrence Hallinan, the district attorney of San Francisco for many years. So I'm a great fan of what the Hearst family has done for America and especially for California. And this is the old man's birthday, and I want to salute him.
Well, thank you, Member Schaefer. Deputy Controller Emron?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to my board colleagues and to members of the public, the executive director. Kicking off the month of April board meeting. So yesterday I got to join a very, very special day. It was the 14th annual Muslim Day at the Capitol, where over 1,000 school children from all across the state of California come to the Capitol to enjoy a full day of legislative sessions, meeting with their legislators, seeing how a hearing goes. And I got to speak to the young children about taxation and the world of taxation. And it was very, very inspiring day to see the young people. And I mentioned this time and time again, I was a school teacher before I went to law school. So it was always a pleasure to go speak to the young people and to see that California is in good hands. And then also, I just want to pay a big tribute to the Pope, and I want to wish him and his entire family in the congregation, may he rest in peace. He's an incredible man, spiritual leader. He taught us to take care of the poor, to take care of each other with respect and humility and integrity. And I got to watch some of the ceremony, his funeral procession over the weekend. It was very, very moving, and to see so many lives that he's touched, not only in the Catholic Church, but across every religion and creed. So my tribute to the Pope, and for everyone that's going through a hard time right now, my thoughts and prayers are with you all. Thank you.
Chair, I second the motion as to what he said about the Holy Father. I think we all owe a moment of silence for that.
Yeah, he had a big impact in his tenure, didn't he? Absolutely. Thank you. I'd like to take this moment to recognize a CHP officer, and his name is Eric Martinez. And I wanted to take opportunity to commend him for his kindness and professionalism in helping my family last week. It was just a circumstance where my daughter and her family were in Southern California over Easter. And on the return trip on the freeway, they ran out of gas. So not something you ever want to happen, and you want to be careful on calculating that amount of gas in your vehicle, right? But he didn't quite make it to the next gas station, and tired and stressed out, 3 kids. My daughter's pregnant, and of course her husband was there. But Officer Martinez found them and drove my son-in-law up to a gas station, filled the tank, and lo and behold, another officer came and parked right behind their car and remained there until the other officer returned with the gas. And I was just really impressed with that, and yet I see it happening over and over again. I also see a lot more enforcement of speeding, which actually is good as long as I don't get the ticket, right? But no, I think they're balancing enforcement with also just helping out folks on the road. Can't tell you how many times I've seen them changing tires for folks and getting gas and things of that sort. So I just wanted to take that moment and thank the CHP and in particular Officer Eric Martinez. And yeah, Vice Chair Lieber, you've got some comments to wrap up?
Yes, thank you, and I very much appreciate your comments. I'm so deeply appreciative of the job that our California Highway Patrol does. It's amazing, and most people do think of them as the folks who catch you speeding, but they also have a number of very protective duties of the public that they carry out, and also accident investigations, and really working very, very closely with local government, which is tremendously valuable. So I appreciate you recognizing them today. And I wanted to talk just for a couple minutes about our current situation for California. Today is the 100th day of the new federal administration. And I think we all know that things have really changed. But I just wanted to point out a few changes since our last meeting in March. The Orange County Register reported that at the end of March that Orange County will lose out on more than $68 million in federal earmarks for 2025. And this was money that was approved for projects like a community college's water science laboratory, local park revitalizations, and a new fire station that was needed for Fountain Valley. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention ended federal funding to California state and local governments for COVID vaccinations, surveillance of public health, and testing. The Environmental Protection Agency terminated 63 grants of over $260 million, which would have gone towards projects addressing childhood lead poisoning, air pollution, and health risks related to extreme heat and wildfires, which we know will continue to be prevalent in our state. Sacramento County schools are now facing cuts that include $63 million in special education, $403 million in title and COVID relief funding, and $92 million of Title I funds, which support low-income students and could result in the loss of 1,395 teachers in Sacramento County. We know that looming ahead are the impacts on California of 80,000 jobs cut from the Veterans Administration. And this board has, I think, very appropriately put a high emphasis on serving our veterans. California is the state where 28% of all veterans experiencing homelessness across the United States live. At UC Davis, a $54 million grant to study and track dementia and 1,700 patients was canceled. And this grant was part of a comprehensive 7-year study of diverse patients, 1/3 of them Latino, 1/3 Black, and 1/3 white, to detect early dementia risk before symptoms become dire. And UC Davis cuts were not alone. 100 research grants in California totaling nearly $312 million were canceled, and the full toll is yet unknown. Some federal facilities that are impending closures include the Indian Health Service in Arcata, the NOAA facility in Eureka, Food and Drug Administration in Long Beach, Environmental Protection Agency in Los Angeles, Forest Service in Mount Shasta, Farm Service Agency in Madera County, the Food and Drug Administration buildings in San Diego and San Clemente. And these are not just possibilities, they are very real and impending challenges. But to bring it right down to the ground level, and I know that I just have 1 or 2 minutes left here, I'd just like to point out that a Lending Tree survey that has just come out pointed out that 25% of individuals using the buy now and pay later ability on Lending Tree are funding grocery purchases with the loans. And we know that with current tariffs, food prices will go up dramatically. And they have nearly tripled in terms of people using those short-term loans simply to afford groceries. And there are several factors that I think will become very impactful for California. One of them are the dramatic cuts that have been proposed in Medicaid. And we usually don't think of Medicaid as directly impacting California, but our low-income workers who receive Medi-Cal, the funding is a return of the tax dollars that Californians send to the federal government and receive back. And there are many small independent businesses that are dependent on those federal services for those workers. So it's really a watershed time for California, and I hope that we can tease out that discussion more later today when we have our 1 hour hearing on the sustainability of our economics in California and how property taxes work into keeping our families whole. But we will obviously continue to do all the work that we can on the Board of Equalization to make sure that California works economically. We know that we just became the number 4 country in the world in terms of our GDP, but we really stand on the precipice of our economy here in California being strangled by tariffs and by other federal funding cuts. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, great. Ms. Cicchetti, can you please call our first order of business?
All right. Good morning. Our first order of business is our safety and informational announcements. Welcome to the Maylee State Office Complex. Our safety announcement in the auditorium, the exits are in the front on each side of the stage, and other exits are at the rear. Please take a moment to find the exit sign and location closest to you in an emergency. The emergency exits behind and to the side of the stage should only be used in case of an emergency. Our informational announcement. I want to remind the audience to silence your cell phones and other wireless devices. This meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE website. Therefore, we ask all speakers in the auditorium and on the AT&T telephone line or in a teleconference to state their names before they begin to speak for the record. We ask that you speak clearly and slowly. Note that public comments are taken on each item. The public will be invited to comment on matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing in onto the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of your agenda item that you wish to comment on. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the safety and the informational announcements. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Before we begin the day, I want to announce that we will take 2 agenda items out of order to accommodate the controller's schedule. Tax program matters, items 3 and 4 will be heard after item 10. Therefore, the order of items will be 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 3, 4, and then 11 through 19. The first item of the day is item 1, public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot act on items that are not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. It's my understanding we do not have anybody in the audience currently, and that we don't have any written comments. And so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
Thank you. And if you would like to make a public comment, please press 1 and then 0 at this time. And sir, there's no one in queue.
Great, okay, thank you, moderator. Hearing no comments, we'll move on to the next item. That would be item 2, tax program matters, public hearing for public tax state assessees presentations on valuation of state assessed properties, presented by Mr. McCool.
Good morning, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool. I am the chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. I'm here to introduce the state assessees' presentations on the evaluation of state assessed properties. Under Property Tax Rule 903, the board provides state assessees with the opportunity to make public presentations regarding the valuation of their unitary property. Today is the second of 2 opportunities set aside for state assessees to come before the board and make presentations regarding matters affecting their annual valuation. These presentations are informational only and do not require any board action. I am not aware of any state assessees that are planning on making a presentation today. However, I will note that the State Assessed Properties Division staff has met with several state assessees already this year to discuss specific matters related to their valuations, and we will continue to make ourselves available to any state assessees that would like to meet with us. Thank you.
Thank you, that's it, huh?
That's it.
All right, well, thank you for your presentation, Mr. McCool.
Of course.
And we'll now, let's see, do we move to item 3? Is that correct?
We have to do public comment for Mr. McCool's presentation on
okay.
item number 2.
All right. Okay, we don't have any written comments on this item, nor is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to make a public comment on this agenda item. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone's on the line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
Thank you. If you have a public comment for item number 2, please press 1, then 0. And at this time, no one is queuing up.
Okay, thank you, moderator. We'll now move to, we're going to jump to item 5, and that is adoption of the March 26, 2025 board meeting minutes. Members, would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
So moved.
Mr. Chairman, can I make an amendment to the minutes, please?
Oh, yeah, please. Okay, so we have a motion. We're waiting on a second with a comment regarding an amendment.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. I would like to make one amendment to the minutes with the inclusion of a statement personally made by the controller that she had concerns about the board taking positions on bills without prior review, and would like to see protocol developed outlining the process by which the board can take actions on legislative matters.
Okay, is that it?
That's it. Thank
All
you.
right, wonderful. Is everybody in agreement to that amendment to the minutes? Okay, we've got a motion, and did we have a second yet?
Second, please.
Second, okay, wonderful. So we have public comment at this point. Any written comments on this? Or we do not have any written comments on this item. And no one is in the auditorium wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
Thank you. If you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And no one is queuing up at this time.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Members, any discussion? Seeing none, Member Schaefer's made a motion to approve the 2026-2025 board meeting minutes with Deputy Controller Emron seconding. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Just to clarify that we're going to accept Mr. Emron's amendment to the motion, or to the minutes, excuse me.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
okay. The roll, Chairman Gaines,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, members. We're now going to move to item 6, board governance, guidelines for presenting a legislative bill for board support, and Vice Chair Lieber is presenting this item. We'll go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, what you have before you is a proposed addition to our governance policy that would foster a system by which each request for action on legislation would include a memorandum submitted by the board member requesting the action that addresses the following: how the bill is within the BOE's jurisdiction, the germaneness to the BOE's mission, the policy issue that the proposed bill is addressing, the fiscal impact of the bill, if known, administrative impacts of the bill at the state and federal local level, if known, a link to the bill's text, and a link to the most recent bill analysis, if available, prepared by legislative committees, the Board of Equalization's Division of Legislative Research and Statistics, and any other relevant government agency analysis. And I'll say that I did receive the proposal that Mr. Vasquez has forwarded to us in terms of placement within the government, within our governance code, and also a request that we delete the proposed limit on the number of bills per meeting that one member can bring up. And I think that Mr. Vasquez's point is very well taken in terms of the dynamic nature of our state and the fact that response to natural disasters like fires can necessitate quicker action on a bill as being more favorable. And I would yield to him if he'd like to make any comments on that.
Absolutely. Yeah, Member Vasquez.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lieber, and I appreciate you taking that into consideration because, you know, just having gone through this last wildfire, there was, you know, I guess actually at our last hearing, we had like, well, I think Senator Ben mentioned there was like 30 bills, you know. At the end of the day, I think anything that has to deal with property tax, we should take it up. So putting a limit, you know, especially given these situations, and I don't think that's going to be the first and last, you know. It seems like, you know, whether it's a fire, earthquake, or some other disaster, I think it's our responsibility and our role as State Board of Equalization to address those property issues. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Wonderful, great. Thank you. Member Schaefer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think legally we can really have any limit on what's going to come up at a meeting because we are an open forum on whatever's going on. However, I do think this is a good idea, and I would propose it to be 2 bills instead of 3 bills. I would think we should be able to speak on our favorite 2 bills, and then I could ask Mr. Emron, he might want to speak on a couple that I'm not able to speak on. I think it's good that we try to limit the pontificating, would you will, of members. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you, Member Schaefer. Deputy Controller Emron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Member Lieber and Mr. Vasquez for their input here. The controller was very, very concerned about the process here, so I'm happy it's being shored up a little bit. I have a question on substantive amendments that could affect the board's position. How will we handle that as a board moving forward?
That's a very good question. And I think that part of it is addressed by the section of the proposal that talks about there not being spot bills up for consideration, and those would be the most likely to be substantively amended. And I do think that the legislation that's supported by the board, it's really the responsibility of the board to track it, because the legislative division of the agency does not track the bills that are proposed by the board. But that's part of the responsibility of the members that are here. And I see that Mr. Vasquez has a comment.
Yes, Member Vasquez?
Thank you. Actually, you raised a good point. I was just wondering, at the end of the day, we have a certain role, and maybe we can have our executive director come up, because I know we have a legislative person, a ledge person, and I know he has certain responsibilities and duties. I'm wondering, at some point, what role does that individual have in this, especially on the tracking? Because I think you're right, at some point, you get these bills that come to us and we support them, and then all of a sudden, well, Senator, when you're sitting on the floor, they're usually making changes and modifications, and we haven't had the opportunity to discuss that.
Yeah.
Is that something that staff could assist or on those? Because I get at the end of the day, it should be our responsibility, but when it's happening, like tomorrow on the floor, we're kind of crippled.
Yvette Stowers, Executive Director for the State Board of Equalization. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Let's kind of back up. When the board votes to take a position to support or oppose a bill, my office prepares the letter of support, and it goes out under the current chair's letterhead. And that letter always says that the board voted, to say, for example, the board voted to support the bill as of this date. And we submit that letter on you guys' behalf. If the bill is later amended, even if amended on the floor, we are not tracking that. From the legislative research perspective, Mr. Angelo is charged with providing a bill analysis on various bills as it relates to our programs. If the board is supporting a bill that does not relate to our program, we are not providing a bill analysis. For an example, I believe it was February where Ms. Lieber presented a bill regarding veterans and income as it relates to income tax. The board voted to support that bill. Income tax is outside of our program. Therefore, we are not providing a bill analysis, nor are we tracking that bill. Last month, I believe the board voted to support SB 663, the wildfires. That is within our program. We are in the process of providing a bill analysis. If that bill is later amended on the Senate floor, we are not going to be in a position to come to this body and say that bill was amended. Do you still want to support the bill? It is upon the members and their staff, and I would say perhaps the member who brought the bill to the board's attention, to track and make a decision on whether or not they want to continue to support the bill. Our role is administrative, legislative research. The board member's role is more policy.
Now, I've got a question, if I could, as it relates to this. Is it possible to have Mr. Angelo track the bills that we support and alert us of amendment changes?
He's tracking the bills that you support to the extent that it is within our program. If it's not within our program, he's not tracking. Okay. Can he notify the members when there's been significant amendments to the bill? I would say now you are having the legislative director, perform duties on your behalf, which would be a violation of Government Code 15600.
Okay, so, but as presented, one of the key points here that Vice Chair Lieber has made is that how the bill is within BOE's jurisdiction, so it has to be germane. So if it's germane, I'm making the assumption, and tell me, but Mr. Angelo could then follow that, right? He could follow that bill and alert us to changes.
He is following, if it's germane to our jurisdiction, he is tracking it, and he is providing a bill analysis. But if the bill is modified, amended throughout the process, it will, I again say, it would be up to the members and the member staff to notify their member that the bill has been substantially changed, and perhaps the board may or may not want to continue to support it.
Okay.
I have already, at least I know that for Member Vasquez's office, I provided your staff with instructions on how to track a bill, and so they would know when it's been changed. Member Gaines, Chairman Gaines, your staff is fully aware of the legislative process and the tracking mechanism, so I'm confident that they would be able to let you know
That's
when it's
what's
been
making me
amended.
nervous.
No, I'm sorry.
Because they can change, right?
It could change, it can
I'm
change,
sure
and they do change a
Vice Chair
lot.
Lieber remembers, like, you might have a particular bill in committee, and then it shows up on the floor and there's an amendment, which could change the bill entirely. Now, maybe that would be a rare occurrence for things that are related to property. I don't know, but probably so.
It could,
But I'm just trying to figure out if things really change dramatically and we're on the hook for a bill that is completely different than what we originally supported. Number one, we only meet monthly, so, it may go through and get voted on, and there's nothing we could do about it. But if there's some tracking, at least you might even put out a press release or some sort of statement saying, hey, this bill has changed, and although I endorsed it in its current form, I don't anymore. So I'm just trying to figure out, is the responsibility really falling on our staff, or can we rely on Mr. Angelo to alert us when amendments do occur that would, change the intent of the bill?
I would say this, that you can ask me to track it and alert you when there's been a modification, and I'd be more than happy to do it. But to ask Mr. Angelo to do it, we will be pushing up against 15,600. But as your executive director.
Even if it's germane?
Yes,
It's a
because
germane
now you're directing Mr. Angelo, and Government Code 15600 says that the board members do not direct staff. But again, you can ask me to do it.
Well, we'd have to ask you, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, yeah, everything, whenever I ask for any change to occur, it's always through the executive director,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, and I
So-
do tend to track the bills as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
And when there's been substantial modifications to the bill, generally we get an alert around 9 PM at night. So I will say this, that for the bills on a go-forward basis, that this board has taken the position on, I will track them. And if there are significant changes to the bill,
Okay.
I will send the board an email.
Okay.
I would do my best to send it the morning of and not
Okay.
at midnight, and let you know that there's been changes to the bill that
Okay.
you're sponsoring, or you're
Great.
supporting.
Yeah, and I want to make sure that Vice Chair Lieber, who's leading this issue, is okay with that, so.
Yes, absolutely, and I think that the germaneness will help with narrowing down the number of bills in the field of play here. And I did mention that we wanted, as part of the guidelines, to preclude spot bills, and it's my own fault that slipped out of the memo somehow. But if I can take a friendly amendment from myself, I would like to have that as part of things, because we have in the past looked at some spot bills, And those are the ones that are most prone to big changes. I do think that the number of gut amends has really been cut down in the legislature by virtue of a much more limited number of bills that any legislator is able to put forward in a 2-year session. And it's always possible to pull off of support or oppose simply by notifying the next committee and by notifying the author.
Yes.
So it's a very simple process. You don't get stuck out on a limb with no way to get back. But I think the executive director has more to add to that.
Yes, a couple of things. First of all, your memorandum does include the line, spot bills should not be included for board support. And based on your earlier comment, I believe that you would like to strike out the following. And requests for support are limited to 3 bills per member each monthly meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. And then second, to go back to our conversation about when a bill has been amended, staff has kindly reminded me that the weekly report that Mr. Angelo submits every Friday indicates if a bill has been amended. So he is tracking it.
Okay.
And he is notifying you guys. So you guys receive that weekly report every Friday before the close of business. And it's sent to all members and their entire staff.
Mr. Chairman, may I make one comment? So what if
yes.
it's a bill that's a huge, huge change or a huge amendment? Will we still get that email from you?
Yeah, I'm still committed to, if there's a significant change on the bill that just changed it completely, I will send you guys an email. Again, I promise not to send it at midnight, because that's when I generally get the alerts, but I will send it the following day.
And are we able to memorialize this in Ms. Lieber's memorandum? Is that okay?
I'd rather not put that in because it might be, I'd have to think about that a little bit, that like each time we took a position on the bill that we would automatically request the executive officer to track it for us. Because I think that there are some bills that are more prone to having a big change and others that aren't. But I'd rather keep the requests within the meeting where we request support or opposition to a bill, rather than having it in the board's governance guidelines.
Okay.
Let
Can
me, I'm sorry.
I'm just curious in terms of, so I guess Vice Chair Lieber, can you provide clarity in terms of, it sounds like a lot of this is already happening in terms of Mr. Angelo is giving us a weekly update. So I think Deputy Controller Emron is just looking for a clarification, and correct me if I'm wrong, that in the event that there's a dramatic change, that the executive director would engage with an email to us.
Yes, that's what he's asking.
Isn't that something that could be formalized? I guess that's what I'm just trying to clarify in my mind. And is that,
Email, notification, phone call?
Yeah.
Something that's about to go for a vote in committee or on the floor that you feel like the board members may not be supportive of as we have in a meeting? For example, it gets gutted, it gets changed, it doesn't have to do anything with property tax.
I follow what
We
you're
can
saying.
pull our support, you know?
You know, I'm gonna take a minute, because I've always thought that when the board votes to support a particular bill, it's as of that date. So if the bill is changed, amended, gutted, the board support is no longer there, and, understand? They're all nodding their head.
yeah.
And in that regard,
Please,
I'm
just
sorry.
introduce yourself, please. Yeah. thank you.
Ted Angelo, Legislative Director, Chief for the Legislative Statistics and Research Division. Ms. Stowers is correct. When a bill is amended, whether it's a minor amendment or a substantive amendment, when it goes to its next stop, in order for for the board members to continue their support, they would have to reissue a support letter for that version of the bill. So when you first submit the letter for the, let's just say the Assembly Rev and Tax Committee, and it passes from that committee, if it's changed in committee and it goes to the Appropriations Committee or to the floor, you would have to submit another support letter if, for the next committee, and also if it's amended for the new version of the bill. And so what I do is for the bills that do have a direct impact to the administration, the board's purview, I send out what the version is. Not where the board has taken a position, but just all the bills that we're tracking, and it has the latest amended version. So I think that covers, in general, like when the bills need to be updated from a position standpoint. I don't know if you have any other questions.
So who has the discretion to make the decision if it's a small amendment or a big amendment that I'm going to continue to support the bill on the board's behalf? Like, you have to resubmit the position letter, correct? As it goes through the process. So how can you support it if we're not notified if there's an amendment, even big or small?
Well, that's pretty much the essence of what we're discussing here today is it's incumbent upon the board members to see if they want to continue supporting the bill if it's been changed, whether it's a minor change or a larger change. And the mechanism by going through Stowers, it sounded like that was the method. You can check against the updates that are sent out, and you can also check online and track them through the Ledge Info website if you are subscribed to a particular bill. But in terms of where you might determine the change and if it needs to be on the agenda, I have to go and defer to legal on that regard.
I think that's like the gap, trying to figure out who's it on to notify us,
Right.
if there's an amendment,
Because
So
that's outside of my scope.
just want the members to also be very mindful of this, because we're bringing bills in February that could be amended much later on in June, July,
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah, and I would just add, my only trepidation in putting direction to the executive officer in the board's governance. Board's governance manual speaks to the board. And so I think we could leave it informal for us to request that the executive director follow a bill. I obviously follow bills and subscribe to them, so I receive those changes as well. But I think that in the totality of what's here, it does help to put some parameters around which bills we'll be considering. And there's always the possibility that something very different can happen in the legislature. It's much more unlikely now, but there is that, and I think I see the executive officer coming forward for input.
I'm sorry, I was multitasking. I missed some of your comments, but I think you were expressing some concerns with putting it into your governance document, because it's the board's governance document. With respect to the issue that Mr. Emron has raised, that what happens when the bill is amended? How do you guys know if it was amended? What are the next steps? I would just kind of restate that when a member brings a bill to this body for consideration, and the board votes on that to say support the bill, we do provide the letter of support, and we submit it on your behalf, and we indicate at that time that as of, let's say, April 29th, the board voted to support Bill ABCD, and we submit it. Now, as that bill goes through the process, and if it is amended, the board support no longer stands. especially if it's been significantly amended. And it would be upon the board member or members who originally presented the bill to say, members, would you like to continue to support the bill as amended and bring it back to this body and let this body vote? And if the body votes to continue to support, then we will prepare a second support letter saying, as amended, the board voted on this date to support this bill. But again, if the bill is substantially amended, it no longer represents what you voted for, your support does not remain. Okay?
Okay.
That's helpful. And then for those bills that are, if you're following this policy, you're only going to be providing bills that are within the BOE's jurisdiction, correct? And therefore, if they're within our jurisdiction, Mr. Angelo will be doing a bill analysis. That's his job. And he will provide a weekly update. And you will note on that weekly update that you get on Friday if it's been amended. He will note if it's been amended. So there is the notification. So the member or the member staff could click on that bill and read it and make sure with those amendments that the member is still in agreement with it and whether or not, and make a decision if it should come back to the board.
Okay. Thank you, Executive Director Stowers. And I think Member Vasquez wanted to make some comments.
I think you kind of clarified it, and I was just going to restate that it sounds like we're heading in the right direction in terms of, we're obviously not directing staff, we're directing the executive director, and it's up to her to decide who's the appropriate person to do what we're requesting at the end of the game. And I think she's got a good handle on what we're talking about now. And I think it makes sense, because you're right, at the end of the day, these things, well, we've seen it. We've seen them over the years, how they get modified on the floor.
Yes. Yeah, and I know that, in our earlier discussion with this board, Controller Cohen was very concerned about fiscal impact as to whether she can support some of these bills that are moving forward or not, which makes a lot of sense as controller of the state. And we've included that. So I want to thank you, Vice Chair Lieber, as one of the keys here. How the bill is within BOE's jurisdiction. Is it germane? The policy issue, the fiscal impact, and then administrative impacts on the bill. And then you've got information in terms of a link to the bill's text and a link to the most recent bill analyses. And there's, a lot of opportunity there on the analysis too, which I think is really helpful. Who's supporting it? So I like what's being brought forward here. Any further discussion or comments?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I like it too. The controller likes it. This is like we're getting into a little bit of a slippery slope who makes the final call as the bill passes along, because although it may be dated in February, these bills in the bill analysis on the support side will show Board of Equalization without a date. So just trying to see how this can impact the board. We all have a fiduciary duty to the state. And that's why the controller is also interested in the legislative committee, having 2 members of the board do more of a deeper dive, come back with a formal recommendation. And it's not a Bagley-Keene violation for 2 members to work on bills entirely throughout the process and keep us updated. And I'm just gonna put that out there, and that's something the board should think about too, as we go along this process, because we're supporting and opposing bills much more than we ever have. And if we're gonna dive into the legislative process, then it should be a real deep dive, and it should be within protocol and assurances as well, because every member is putting their signature on this, whether we like it or not. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Emerald. I agree that this body, this board could establish, you can call it a legislative committee, or you can call it a board work group focused on legislation. And it could be 2 members of the board working offline to study the various bills and then bring those bills back to the entire board for action.
And it's not waiting 1 month to hear back. These two members, whoever they are, they can work on it around the clock, reach out to you, and then disseminate that information, correct?
Yeah.
Especially as we go through changes.
Yes, if that's the desire of this body, you guys could establish, I will call it a work group, a board work group, with the members being limited to 2 members.
Okay.
That way we don't get into any Bagley-Keene issues, but they would identify the bills, study the bills, track the bills, come up, see what the policy issue is, and then bring it to the entire body for action.
And even be able to testify on behalf of sometimes, right?
Members are always free to, available to testify on bills, and I do, especially bills that this body is supporting. And I know that Mr. Vasquez have testified several times, and so has Vice Chair Lieber.
Good. Well, I'm supportive of that in terms of setting up a
But-
work committee or.
Yeah, but we can't take a vote on a board work group right now because it's not on the agenda.
Yes, okay. So that would be something that we could move forward on. Maybe we could move forward on this, and then we could agendize a work committee for legislation.
Yes.
Yeah, Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be supportive of agendizing that. I think that there are some mechanical problems in terms of Bagley-Keene. And if we had the entire body acting as the work group, then it's the same thing as any member being able to bring forward a piece of legislation for consideration. But I really want to steer away from issues, mechanisms that are less transparent, where we have 2 members and then a 3rd member who is proposing that the board take a position. Then you've got 3 members of the board participating in a process that is not open to the public. And so I have no problem with agendizing that, but I would not be supporting it because I think it decreases the transparency. And we do have an issue with work groups in that once they're formed, they kind of go on forever. They're sort of the undead of the process here on the board. And so I don't want to go too far into that, but I'd like to make a motion that we approve this change to the governance policy as a first step, and one which I think will be beneficial in terms of our discussion of legislation going forward.
I'd second that.
And I should have remarked that that's inclusive of Mr. Vasquez's amendments in terms of placement of the policy, and also deleting the limit on number of bills for each board meeting, but retaining the beginning of that clause that talks about spot bills should not be included for board support. And probably we should say opposition there as well.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, but I'd like to, number one, why don't we open it up for public comment? And do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this item? We don't have anything written. There's no written comments. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
Thank you. And if you would like to make a comment on this item, please go ahead and press 1, then 0.
Okay. She say no one was, are we waiting?
And no one's in queue at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you, moderator. And we'll open it up for comment of the board, but we have our executive director.
I'm done. I was just waiting on you.
Oh, okay. All
Well,
right.
I'm sorry. So Okay, you have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second, and so,
And I just want to clarify that if the board votes yes to this change in policy, the policy change will take effect immediately. The actual online version of your board governance would be updated at a later date.
okay. And then, I guess a comment I'd like to make is that we will bring forward the workshop committee in terms of 2 members serving on a committee that would take a look at these bills. We can agendize that
You guys can,
for a future meeting.
We'll have a placeholder for that for the May meeting.
Okay.
And then June, we'll have a placeholder for that for the June meeting, and I will seek to see which member would like to take ownership of that.
I will.
Okay?
Yep.
We will have a placeholder for the June meeting under Chairman Gaines.
Awesome. That's great. And any other comments that need to be made before we vote on this item? Okay. So let's see. Do we need to repeat the motion, or are we okay?
I think we should, to make it clear that we have
Okay.
these amendments, right?
Very good. Yeah.
Make sure they have the correct amendments.
Okay. So I'd
Yeah,
like
Vice
to,
Chair Lieber.
I can go ahead and read it back,
sure.
if you don't mind. This is Ms. Taylor, Chief of Board
Yes,
Proceedings.
we need to.
To start, the guidelines for presenting a legislative bill for board support or opposition, we've agreed to place that as subsection D, legislative analysis. Pursuant to the board's authority under Government Code Section 15606A to prescribe rules for its own governance and the transaction of its business, and Section 15609 to hold meetings each month at times and places in the state for performing its duties, the board has established these guidelines for presenting a legislative bill for board support or opposition. Recognizing the board's constitutional and statutory responsibilities, the board may consider supporting or opposing bills under consideration by the California legislature and the governor relevant to those responsibilities. Nothing in these guidelines shall be interpreted as restricting or limiting the ability of a board member in their individual capacity as a board member, expressing or communicating in writing or by other means their personal opinion on any legislation or policy issues. Requests to discuss and possibly act on legislation shall be presented timely by board members to the chairman of the board through the executive director and board proceedings. Subject to the chair's approval, the items may be placed on the agenda of the immediately upcoming meeting. Each request for action on legislation shall include a memorandum submitted by the board member requesting such action that addresses the following: how the bill is within BOE's jurisdiction, germaneness, the policy issue the proposed bill is addressing, the fiscal impact of the bill if known, administrative impacts of the bill at the state and local level if known, a link to the bill's text, a link to the most recent bill analyses, if available, prepared by the legislative committees, the Board of Equalization's Legislative Research and Statistic Division, and any other relevant government agency. Spot bills should not be included for board support. That concludes the policy.
Excellent. And the motion would also include the deletions, right?
That did include the deletions, and then.
Oh, you did? Okay, very good.
I just wanted to put forward a friendly amendment to myself to say that spot bills should not be included for board support or opposition.
Okay. Very good. So we've got, Vice Chair Lieber has made a motion, which was just stated, with Member Schaefer seconding that motion. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Let me, just one quick question,
Yeah.
just, I guess, for the public, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Chair Lieber, I'm assuming you're making this recommendation on spot bills only because we don't know the content of the bill, basically. Is that correct?
That's right. I think the spot bills are the ones that are prone to go in different directions. And it can't go too far off track, because if it's in, say, the revenue and taxation code, then generally when the bill is in possession of the policy committee, they won't allow you to change it to be, for example, a bill about public health or food safety or anything else. But I think it's better to, as Mr. Emron was alluding to, that when we bring the weight of an established board, that we do it on bills that are fully cooked or as close to fully cooked as possible. And so then we kind of stay out of that area of things that there may be big changes on.
No,
So
that's
you're-
what- that's
you're
what I kinda
entirely
figured.
correct. Yes.
But I just thought it'd be good to put it out there so the public who's listening says, why aren't they supporting spa bills, right? What are they?
Yeah,
Yes.
And what's the
that's
problem?
good.
All right, thanks. I'm
Okay.
good.
Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Yes, okay. Chairman Gaines,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, members. I think we're all in agreement that we need a 10-minute break. Is that okay? Go ahead and do that. We will reconvene. Let's see, it's 11:09, so we'll reconvene at 11:19. And don't look at that clock up there. You got to look at your watch.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we are now back from our break, and it's 11:24, and we're ready to move forward. I did want to clarify, though, that item 3 is not going to be presented today, so I just wanted to notify you that the Sacramento Municipal Utilities District Land Escape Assessment is not ready to be brought forward right now, and sure it'll be brought forward in a future meeting agenda. Okay, now, members, we will move forward on item 7, which is the California Wildlife Disaster Relief Issues Impacting Recovery and the Impact of Insufficient Replacement Cost Informal Hearing Proposal. And Chair Lieber is presenting this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is a request to hold a 1-hour informational hearing at our May 28th board meeting on California wildfire disaster relief issues impacting recovery and the impact of insufficient replacement costs. There has recently been some very substantial and needed journalism around the impact of algorithmically driven underinsurance of properties across California, especially in wildfire-prone areas. And I think that given our activism around the fire issues, it would be very beneficial to take up this issue and to understand more about what is happening. Recently, the San Francisco Chronicle published a very lengthy and substantive report on alleged underinsurance coverage in areas that have been ravaged by wildfires. The title of this was "A Broken System. Millions in California Have No Idea That Flawed Algorithms and Processes Put Their Homes at Risk of Being Underinsured." There was also a very substantive review of the issue on KQED Public Radio. And we actually touched briefly on this issue at one of our prior hearings about wildfire risk and some of the wildfires in Southern California, talking about the model that is being used in California to estimate replacement costs. And so it's good to see that there is substantive discussion so that homeowners as well as owners of commercial properties are fully apprised of what their rebuilding costs will be and how the algorithms that are driven by private companies are impacting that. I've checked in with staff, and we do have time to do a 1-hour hearing on May 28th, and so I'd like to ask for the board's support in doing that. And I will move that we hold a 1-hour hearing on May 28th to discuss California wildfire disaster relief issues impacting recovery and the impact of insufficient replacement costs. Thank you.
Wonderful. That's, I think that's a great subject issue, and I don't know if members have any questions or comments. Member Schaefer.
I think that's a very important issue. It might not run a full hour, it might run half hour, 45 minutes, I mean, up to an hour. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Yes. Member Vasquez.
I think it's going to be difficult to keep it within an hour, to be honest with you, but, you know, let's see where it goes. My only suggestion is I don't know if you've thought about any speakers or stakeholders, but, you know, I'll definitely, if you need some assistance or help on that, be willing to work with you on that. Because as I'm going back to, you know, we've had several follow-up meetings, not only in the Palisades, but in Altadena with these folks, and, you know, talking to the senator, both in Pasadena, who's come before us, Senator Pettis, and then also my Senator Ben Allen for the Palisades. You know, this thing's going to take years before they even get close. Actually, my LA assessor, Jeff Prang, this weekend, he did a resource fair in Westchester, specifically on this, and we had nothing but folks mostly from the Palisades and Malibu actually there. And, some of these elderly folks, they just don't think they're gonna be around. I mean, we're looking at 10 years out for some of these folks, especially the ones that lost not only their home, but their business as well. So it's gonna be a challenge. No, I think it's great. I think we need to do it. My only caution is that I think it's gonna take more than an hour, and actually, I wanted to ask, and maybe it's more of a question for our executive director, when we passed, when they brought before the voters Prop 19 on this whole issue, that we were gonna have this fund for the wildfires. I know when I asked it before, to date, I heard it was zero. I'm hoping maybe when we do this hearing, I know you probably don't have the answer now, unless you do, but either way, I think we should, the public keeps asking, or people have been asking me, and says, well, how much is sitting in there? I said, I don't know.
Right.
The Department of Finance is charged with determining, Yvette Starr is Executive Director. The Department of Finance is charged with determining whether or not there is any additional revenue resulting from Prop 19. They issue a memo every September, and the last memo that they issued in September of 2024 indicated $0 in the fund.
Zero, right?
Zero.
That's what I've been hearing.
Yeah.
And here we are, year 5, right?
Yes.
So where's the money going?
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a great question. I like this issue because it's a real problem in terms of determining replacement costs. And I'd be interested in seeing what these algorithms are saying. But certainly there's a difference between someone's individual home burning down and 500 homes burning down, right? And so then you create a market mechanism that's very different. It's like there aren't enough contractors, and there's probably not enough lumber, enough supplies. So is there a better approach to wildfires where you're losing hundreds of homes do you need, I'm just thinking out loud, but what if you had contractors, developers, or that could come in and say, hey, we can provide, some degree of customization, but we can also build in volume and maybe bring a couple of those together to get things going more quickly versus having each individual have to go through all these steps, which are so difficult. And I think a lot of people just give up.
No, I mean, you're right on point.
And
It's
they
interesting
they
you
probably can't
mentioned
afford
that.
it, right? If the prices have gone up dramatically, you can't even
I
afford
was,
to rebuild, so.
At a VICA meeting with the business folks in the San Fernando Valley, and the folks from Home Depot were there, and they were saying just figuring out a way to maybe even set up a satellite Home Depot in the Palisades would be huge. Because, with the PCH is constantly being, like, this little drizzle, we just had like maybe a quarter of an inch of rain.
Yeah.
It created a mudslide.
Wow.
So now we closed PCH again.
Gosh.
So you can't even get trucks there.
Oh, my gosh.
You can't even get these huge, because these big trucks got to go through there to deliver the goods, the lumber. That's just little basic stuff like that, that we don't even think about in the rebuild that's really going to hold this thing up.
Yeah. Good. Well, I'm looking forward to it. If there's anything I can do to help, I'd love to participate in that regard. But we have this item, members, and would someone like to make a motion?
I've already made a motion, so.
I'll second it if you
We've
need
got
it.
a second. Yeah, thank you.
you.
Okay, so Vice Chair Leeper makes a motion, and we have Member Vasquez who has seconded, but I want to make sure there's not any public comment. I don't believe we have any written comment on this item, and so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
Thank you. If you want to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. And there's no one in queue at this time.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Members, any further discussion?
Just
Yes.
one
Vice
brief
Chair
comment.
Lieber,
I just am very open to meeting with and partnering with Mr. Vasquez and others. And I think that we can really kick off the discussion within 1 hour and then delve more deeply into it. It's really clear that that the victims of the most recent fires in January will be subjected to a lot of market forces, the loss of workers that are not fully documented, and the rising costs of lumber, much of which comes from Canada, will be impacted. And it's really essential from a transparency viewpoint to make sure that homeowners and owners of businesses in California have an idea of how deeply they may be underinsured. And this is an issue that's still impacting rebuilding in areas like Paradise. So there's a very long hill to climb for people who have just lost their homes in Southern California this year. And I think that many folks may not realize the ramp that's out there that they're going to have to undergo. So thank you to the board for what I anticipate and hope will be your support on this item. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes.
Chair, just
Thank
a
you.
quick question,
Yes.
and it's maybe more of a question for our executive director. On the 28th, do we know what our agenda looks like? And the reason I bring it up is that, you know, I just wanted to, maybe we should give ourselves a heads up. You know, I don't mind starting the meeting at 9 if we have to on that day, just so we don't have to have a second, because right now I'm assuming it's just a one day, right?
As Yvette Stowers, the meeting for May is scheduled for May 28th. It's a one-day meeting, and we have a full calendar.
I figured.
Including value setting, several property tax cases. I've been informed that I have a report out to do as well. So
Would it be helpful if we started like at 9 that
I
day?
think with the starting earlier
I'm open to it.
creates a problem for staff because they get here before,
No, I know, that's what I'm asking.
yes, so that's not feasible
Okay.
for us.
Are you okay with that time slot, or you could also look at another date?
I'm okay with, spoken with our executive officer about, I know that we can do it in an hour or less.
Okay.
And right now, we're projecting just 2 speakers to
Okay.
just get the conversation going. But obviously, wildfire-related issues are something that we're going to keep discussing
Right.
at our meetings.
Wonderful.
So we'll just kind of get the ball rolling with this item and then go from there.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Lieber. We still have the motion, right, and the second?
Yeah,
We took
just
the
voted
vote,
on
I'm
it, yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So we're good to move on to item 8 then, thank you. And that is Senate Bill 623, Archuleta, and SCA 4, Archuleta. Mr. Vasquez is presenting this item.
Thank you, Chair Gaines. As stated in my memo, I wanted to bring these 2 bills back on board for board support. Senator Archuleta was kind enough to present SB 296 last month, and he also discussed these 2 bills we are considering today as his family of veterans' property tax bills. As he testified last month, SB 623 would allow taxpayers to claim both the homeowner's exemption and the veterans or disabled veterans exemption, which is currently prohibited. SCA 4 would amend the state constitution to authorize SB 623. Now that everyone has had a chance to review these bills, as well as the supplemental info we provided, I believe that we, the board, should show hopefully some support for these. But let me ask if there's any questions before I move a motion here.
Members, any questions on this bill?
Hearing and seeing none, I would like to move that the board support both SB 623 and SCA 4 from Senator Archuleta.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Excellent, okay. Members, any further discussion before I open it up for public comment? Okay, we don't have any written comments. And anyone in the auditorium that would wish to make a public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
Thank you. And if you would like to make a public comment, please press 1 then 0. And at this time, no one is queuing up.
All right, thank you, moderator. Member Vasquez has made a motion to support SB 623 and SCA 4 with Vice Chair Lieber seconding. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Abstain.
Thank you, members.
Okay, all right. Motion passes. Now move to the next item 9, Executive Director's Report, BOE Annual Report Overview. Ms. Stowers. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Members, as you know, we recently published fiscal year 2023-24 annual report, which I will now provide a brief overview of. This report is also available on the BOE website, and copies have just been presented to you. Lovely report. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, and I'm going to start with slide 2. BOE reports annually to the governor as required by Government Code Section 15616. In the report, and also available on our open data portal, are various data sets related to property taxes, including assessed value of state assessed and locally assessed real personal property in each county and each incorporated city or town. In addition, in the report and available on our open data portal are various data sets on the alcoholic beverage tax and tax on insurer, the other two programs that the BOE is constitutionally responsible for. I want to also briefly mention that new for this year's annual report, all the photos that we feature throughout the report are identified by location so the readers know the exact location. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Member Schaefer for that suggestion. Jumping into the numbers, slide 3. Here, you will see a bar graph illustrating the growth of the net assessed values of state and county assessed property. For fiscal year 2023-24, the total assessed value net of exemptions was $8.7 trillion, which includes $8.6 trillion for county assessed properties and $152.2 billion in state assessed properties. There has been a year-over-year increase since 2011. Slide 4. This year's report also includes a statewide map of the annual assessments roll for all 58 counties for the January 1, 24 lien date. The values include both county assessed and state assessed property net exemptions. The darker green shade is the highest net assessed value is for each county. On page 13 of the annual report, each county is listed with their total net assessed value. Slide 5 is another statewide map showing the average property tax rate for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Members, as you know, Proposition 13, approved by the voters in 1978, limits the property tax rate to 1% of its assessed value. Any additional amount above the 1% are locally voter-approved bond indebtedness. Counties in the purple on the PowerPoint presentation have an average tax rate of 1% to under 1%. Counties in the sky blue have an average tax rate of 1.1, but under 1.15. Counties in the sea green have an increased tax rate of 1.15, but under 1.2. And counties in the dark blue have an average tax rate above 1.2%. Members, as a reminder, these are county-wide tax rate averages, as our tax rate service section maintains over 9,700 revenue district boundaries that encompass 61,733 tax rates areas. As you can see here on slide 6 and on page 15 of the report, is a table of the qualified exemptions for the 2024-25 roll. The largest exemption is for the charitable nonprofits, $107.3 billion, and the lowest is the low-value property category at $163 million. As you can see on slide 7 and on page 17 of the report, is another table summarizing the total general county property tax revenue. For fiscal 23-24, a total of $95 billion in total local property tax revenue. This is an additional $6 billion, or 7% increase in property tax revenues from fiscal year 22-23 of $89 billion. Our schools receive approximately $51 billion. Local government, such as counties, receive $13.4 billion, cities approximately $11 billion, and others, such as special districts, $19 billion. Slide 8. It relates to how the money, this slide shows how the breakdown of the money of property tax dollars. Approximately 54 cents of every dollar goes to the support of our public schools. 14 cents to the counties, 12 cents to cities, 20 cents to other local governments such as special districts. 54 cents to our public schools. Slide 9. On page 18 of the report, as you can see, is a table summarizing the total revenue related to BOE's tax programs compared to prior year. The table also indicates whether the revenue goes to the state's general fund. You will notice that county and state assessed property taxes and tax on insured programs have seen an increase year over year between 67 to 13%, whereas the private railroad car tax and alcoholic beverage tax had minor reduction in revenue. Slide 10. This graph illustrates how the BOE supports our communities. For fiscal year 2023-24, we are proud to report that a total of $101.5 billion in fiscal contributions, over $100 billion from the first time in fiscal year 23-24 supported state and local governments. $3.6 billion goes to the state general fund, with revenues from tax on insure at $3.2 billion, the alcoholic beverage tax, $418 million, and the private railroad car tax at $10.2 million. $97.9 billion goes to our local governments, with $95.3 billion from county assessed property taxes and $2.6 billion from state assessed property taxes. Slide 11. Members, as you know, property taxes are one of the primary sources of revenue for California counties, cities, schools, and special districts. While the state does not rely on property taxes as a source of revenue, there are revenue implications for the state if they are incorrectly assessed on real property. State law guarantees California schools a minimum amount of funding, and the state is responsible for backfilling shortfalls in education funding under Proposition 98. This is why BOE's role in overseeing the assessment practices of the state's 58 county assessors, who are charged with establishing the value for over 13 million assessments each year, is so important. Each of the BOE's constitutional and statutory duties is critical to promoting a consistent and uniform property tax system throughout the state. In fiscal year 23-24, the BOE accomplished the following. The BOE conducted and issued 10 assessment practice surveys or compliance audits, provided guidance to county assessors in the form of promulgating property tax rules, issuing 57 advisory letters to the county assessors, and updating 3 assessors' handbooks. Prescribed property tax form to be used by county assessors statewide. In fiscal year 23-24, BOE amended 24 of these prescribed forms, provided training and certified individuals performing the duties of appraiser and assessment analyst for property tax purposes, including newly elected county assessors. BOE trained approximately 2,252 students through 35 BOE-hosted courses, available web-based self-study courses, and additional courses at local colleges and universities. The BOE also issued 330 permanent and advanced appraisal certification and 8 permanent and advanced assessment analyst certifications. BOE acts as an advisory agency on property tax assessment, and in fiscal year 23-24, BOE answered approximately 11,000 calls and 11,000 inquiries by letter, fax, or email. Also, the BOE published new and updated education materials and information for taxpayers and stakeholders to assist with the understanding of property tax laws. Slide 12. To continue, the BOE co-administers the welfare exemption with county assessors. In fiscal year 22-24, the BOE issued 822 organizational clearance certificates and 346 clearance certificates, supplemental clearance certificates. The BOE also reviewed 1,894 verification filings of organizations holding an organization clearance certificate to ensure continued eligibility for the welfare exemption. The BOE also administers the Legal Entity Ownership Program, also known as LEOP, which aims to discover any changes in control and ownership of legal entities. BOE identified 986 changes in control in fiscal year 23-24, resulting in a reassessment of 11,173 reportable parcels. BOE also acts as a clearinghouse for various claims for property tax relief under Proposition 3, 19, 58, 60, 110, and 193. BOE also monitors duplicate claims granted under the homeowner and disabled veterans exemptions. In fiscal year 23-24, the BOE provided critical guidance related to Proposition 19 and answered 4,585 calls and 569 emails regarding Proposition 19. Slide 13. Members, as you know, the board is required by law to hold a meeting with the county assessors at least 1 year. As you can see, this is the group photo from the 2024 annual meeting held here in this auditorium. In addition to the board's annual meeting with the assessors, the BOE meets regularly throughout the year with county assessors to discuss issues related to the administration of assessment of taxation, laws, and ways to promote statewide uniformity. Slide 14. The BOE State Assessed Properties Division directly assesses telephone, gas, and electric companies, independent power producers, regulated railroads, and intercompany pipelines, which are not subject to Proposition 13. The board in 2024 adopted $152.5 billion in assessment property values for 321 companies, from which schools and local communities are expected to receive approximately $2.6 billion in property tax revenue. The BOE completed 19 property tax audits and physically inspected and valued 8,884 state-assessed land parcels. The BOE has also processed 597 statement of land changes. The BOE State Assessed Property Division Tax Area Service Section also maintains maps of more than 9,700 revenue district boundaries that encompass 61,773 tax rate areas. Finally, the BOE processed 365 jurisdictional boundary changes in fiscal year 23-24, resulting over $425,000 in revenue to the state's general fund. Last slide. In addition to the highlights I have shown today, the annual report also includes profiles of these programs we administer, information about BOE's governance responsibilities, enacted legislation, court cases, and the impact programs that we administer. This report is accumulation and a reflection of the critical work we do at the BOE on behalf of the state, schools, and local communities. Members, you should be proud of the agency that you lead, and I know you join me in thanking all the BOE employees for their hard work, dedication, and accomplishments during fiscal year 23-24. As I mentioned earlier, the full report is available to all stakeholders and available on our website. That concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Wonderful. Thank you, Executive Director Stowers. Members' questions? Yes.
Thank you,
Member
Chair
Vasquez.
Gaines. Ms. Stowers, thank you for this report. As I'm looking through it, I had just a couple of quick questions. I guess it's regarding some qualifying exemptions on page 6, where the report overview, I noticed that the exemption value of charitable nonprofits is higher than the value of any other listed exemption type at over $177.3 billion. Can you give me an idea what kinds of nonprofits are included in that category? Page 6, slide 6.
Okay.
You got charitable nonprofits at 177 billion there.
Oh, charitable nonprofits, those will include hospitals, churches, affordable housing. I'm sorry.
I mean, those
So
are
a
the
lot of
biggest
it,
ones, I
a
imagine.
lot of it is affordable housing.
Is it? Okay.
And it's been a very strong push for affordable housing, and so that's why you see the increase.
Yeah, people, I think, forget that many hospitals are nonprofits, right, or run through nonprofits.
Right.
I kind of figured, I wasn't sure if I thought maybe there was something else, because that's a high number. I was just curious. Because there's a lot of hospitals too, if you look throughout the state, right? The second question I had is on page 9. The revenue summary on page 9. The report overview shows the current year's revenue for alcohol beverage tax and the private railroad car tax have decreased slightly. Can you explain what happened there? I guess from that one year to the next.
For the alcohol beverage tax, there's just been a decrease in consumption. A decrease in
Oh,
consumption.
decrease, oh,
For the railroad car tax, I cannot explain the small 1% decrease. Maybe a car came off the road.
May I?
Yes.
For the record, David Young, Deputy Director of Property Tax Department. So that is for year 23, 24. As you could recall, that we were actually coming off of COVID. And part of the private railroad car, the way it's calculated in California is its presence in California and the value. So it's a proration. It's basically a reflection of just a little less traffic being carried through California.
carrying out in California.
Yeah,
Weren't there some issues at the ports,
I'm sorry.
at our ports? Weren't there some issues with bottlenecks at the ports? I don't know if
There-
it falls
yes,
into that.
yes.
Into that budget year or
Right.
not, but,
Yeah, so it's a multitude of issues, but mostly it's the lagging effects of the economy coming out of COVID.
okay.
COVID was a big piece of it.
Yeah.
And then the last one is more on the tax. I couldn't find any data on the insurance tax assessed against companies authorized to do business in California, which, as we've been discussing and currently in highly significant issues. Can you tell us where this information is found? Is it somewhere else in here?
The tax on insurer,
Yeah, for those that are doing business in California.
where is it found? I mean, it's in the,
I didn't see it in here, that's how I was. Or is it embedded in one of these slides?
it's embedded, it's on the slide 9, the tax.
Is it on 9?
Yeah. Current year tax on insurer in the prior year, and it was a 6% increase. And then page 26, we talk about tax on insurers.
Yes.
Do you need more? You want more data on, are you asking for more?
Is there more, I guess is there somewhere else we can find that
What?
in the
It's
report?
available through our open data portal.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay,
It's on our website.
thank you. I'm good.
All right, members, any other questions? Yes, okay. Why don't we start with Member Schaefer if we could, and work this way.
Thank you. I noticed on page 4 and 5, you had a multicolored counties. There's no legend telling us, that green means this and blue means this. Is there something we need to know there?
It doesn't show it on the PowerPoint presentation, but if you go to page 13 and 14, you get the detail on the actual annual report.
Oh, yeah.
You see the detail and why it's shaded different colors?
Oh, yeah, it'll be the annual report.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 11. We do 10 assessment survey reports for which are compliant audits. I don't know if, how often a given county gets audited. Is it every 3 years, every 8 years? Or do we draw names out of a hat as to who we do this year?
That's a very good question. I'm going to have Mr. Young explain that process on who's selected for a survey and sample and the timing.
Of course. Once again, David Young, for the record, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So in general, the way our survey program works right now, it's on a 5-year cycle. So every 5 years, we start a new cycle. The top 10 counties by assessment value, they get both a sample and a survey, 2 per year. So in 5-year cycle, we get 10. The next counties arrayed by value, 11 through 20, 1 gets surveyed, 1 gets sampled every year. So, and then the remainder, counties 21 through 58, 3 get surveyed and 2 get sampled. And in any one year, anywhere from 2 to 3 counties are not chosen by random, and they get what we basically call a bye. They get neither sample nor survey. So in general, that's how we work it, and that's how it's provided by statute.
So
how
our
we
least
choose it.
populous counties could go for a decade without ever being sampled. It's sort of whoever's chosen.
Some of the smaller counties in that third tier, 21 through 58, can go 2 cycles without getting surveyed or sampled, depending on the luck of the draw.
I just don't want anyone to become complacent, like they're never gonna be checked out.
Yeah.
Okay. Then on page 12, on Prop 19, we got 4,585 calls and 959 email inquiries. We didn't get any US mail. People don't use that anymore.
I think I did say mail, didn't I?
You did in page 11, but not page 12.
I'm sorry. Let me look at page 12. Most of our inquiries are done by email. I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
But if they do write us, we will respond.
We respond by
We will
email or
respond if
regular
someone
mail?
does send us by mail, but most of our inquiries is email and telephone.
Okay, and I have a question on page 13. We have 58 assessors, only 16 of them, or 27%, are pictured here. I assume we had a much bigger turnout at the event, and some of them didn't get into the picture. And are there some assessors who never attend the meetings that I'm never going to meet?
For this particular annual meeting with the assessors, we did have a huge turnout. Many were in person and many were online.
Oh,
And when we took the picture, we tried to do the Brady Bunch thing on that screen and have their pictures there, but it did not work out for us.
sure. 'Cause I
Most
know-
assessors do attend this annual meeting. All members are meeting with their assessors within their district on a regular basis.
Yes.
And most of the members attend the assessors conferences so they can continue with the collaboration.
And I don't see Jeff Prang or Jordan Marks here, but I know they were at the meeting, so we could expect to get everybody for the photo.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
okay.
All right, is that it, Member Schaefer? Okay, so we've got Deputy Controller Emron.
Thank you, Ms. Stowers. I believe when the controller started here with a lot of these members, I think the property tax collection was at 79, 80 billion, and now it's nice to see it almost at $100 billion, especially, as mentioned earlier, the California economy is growing, 4th largest now in the world. So the chairman and I and the controller are on the franchise tax board. They collect 150 billion. Couple that with 100 billion, he has $250 billion. A lot of big numbers. I had one question, actually I had 2 questions. One of them was about Proposition 19. I looked at the inquiries here. I didn't get to see the data for last year. Has the inquiries increased from last year? Has it remained steady? Has it decreased in terms of calls and emails?
It remains steady. We still receive a great deal of calls, whether it was from the assessor's office or from the public regarding Prop 19.
Okay, good. And then one other question, the controller asked the franchise tax board as well when we hear highlights and accomplishments is some of the things that you believe the Board of Equalization can work on in the next year, some of the shortcomings or gaps that you feel like this board can do better at and just kind of continue to improve.
The board itself, I think the board should just continue to reach out to their constituents and continue to provide that critical oversight.
And then from an organizational perspective, is there any critiques or anything that you feel like this board should be aware of and things that we can all maybe huddle together to work on in the next fiscal year?
Any critiques from an organization perspective on where you guys could help us?
I don't want to put you on the spot. You can think about it too.
I would have that conversation with you offline because there's always room for improvement and we always need assistance.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, great. Vice Chair Lieber, would you like to make any comments in reference to this?
Well, I'd just love to give my compliments to staff on how well put together it is and the great graphics representations of the various funds and what the contribution of the money goes to in terms of the public. And I feel that this is a great document that we can point our constituents to on the web, and it'll be very easy for folks to grasp right away in the year-over-year changes. So thank you so much.
Thank you, staff.
Wonderful, yeah. I want to chime in also. I think this is the best annual report I've ever seen. I really like the way it's presented, like the graphics, like the breakdown by county. So kudos to, is that Peter and Lisa putting that together? I'm just trying to,
It's all Peter.
okay,
Peter
all right.
Kim worked very hard on this report.
Well, thank you.
It goes through various levels of review, but this is one of his main assignments.
Excellent. Well, I know we've been asking for some more data from Lisa on other areas, so I want to compliment her too. And both of you, though, for helping, very much appreciated. And on that note, I think we will go ahead.
Ted, I'd like to ask, we print about 100 copies of this, do we?
I don't believe we print 100. Mr. Kim, how many did we print? Very few? Less than 50 or 60. We provided you guys with hard copies.
Well, you got to give one to every assessor. Their pictures in it.
We're sending them an electronic version of it.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, you got that clarification? All right. So we are going to go ahead and take a 60-minute lunch break. And let's see, we'll reconvene at 1:10. Is everybody okay with that? All right, thank you. I love this.
Thank you so much, Chair Gaines. This afternoon's item is on the importance of California's property tax system in addressing the disproportionate impact of poverty reflected in income inequality, geographic disparities, and financial outcomes for California. And I would say that when we proposed this back in January, which seems like a long time ago, we didn't know how relevant it would be now. But I think that providing for the board and for our listeners and watchers at home, as well as folks in the Capitol who tune in, that it's very important to have a varied diet of policy brain food. And that's what we'll be presented with today. At our December 10th hearing at the Franchise Tax Board on work assets and the safety net, we heard how disproportional property taxes and allocations are impacting our constituents and struggling local governments who are providing essential services. The Board of Equalization is fortunate to have 3 experts with us today to discuss the dilemmas of our property tax system and the impacts on millions of our constituents. And joining us today is Mr. Lenny Goldberg, who is Executive Director of the California Tax Reform Association. He is also the owner of Lenny Goldberg and Associates, a Sacramento-based lobbying firm, and has been a member of the California Commission on Tax Policy and the New Economy, and served on the board of Citizens for Tax Justice. And I will just say, from the perspective of having been in the legislature, Mr. Goldberg has been a real legend of California tax policy for decades and has a very big imprint on the world of the Capitol community. We're also joined by Professor Darian Shansky. He is a UC Davis professor of law and a national expert on state and local taxation, local government law, and public finance. Some of his current projects are on local property tax, the state and local fiscal relationship, and the fiscal constitution of California. So thank you so much for being with us today. We're also joined by Devon Gray, who really was kind of the instigator of this hearing with his remarks at the FTB about how we normally think of concentration of poverty, and that's mostly what is studied in social sciences. However, California also has a public policy program around a problem around isolated poverty in rural areas in California. Mr. Gray is president of the successful and impactful organization Ending Poverty in California. EPIC aims to end poverty in California by elevating the voices of people experiencing it, creating and implementing bold policies that are rooted in that lived experience, and advancing a state agenda focused on equal opportunity for all Californians. So we very much appreciate you being here today. And we'll go ahead and get started by asking Mr. Goldberg to come up to the rostrum first.
Thank you, Member Lever, for putting this together. Really appreciate it. Just for the record, thank you, Member Lever, for putting this together. Really appreciate it. Really nice to be here with everyone. And for the record, I'm no longer I'm semi-retired. I just consult with the California Tax Reform Association, but have been dragged out of semi-retirement. So
for good reason.
You know, and I appreciate the focus on poverty, and I think my focus will be on affordable housing and the land and the land tax system that we have. But I really want to focus on change. What might be, and if you can see in my slide, what might be a broader-based approach to amending Proposition 13. And I know it's the third rail of politics, but, you know, I call this a thought experiment because I'm really trying to present the analysis here, not so much, you know, the kind of hardened positions that have occurred on this. I speak for no one but my own ideas here, and I'm trying to see if these ideas have resonance and can gain some traction. So on the first slide, you know, just in terms of poverty, one of the things, and I think Mr. Gaines will appreciate this, one of the things we did when Prop 13 passed was take a lot of the burden off the counties for welfare, SSI, SSP, health. The state pays for it rather than the counties. And when we look back at Prop 13, we can see that a lot of the pressures we're building at the county level, where a lot of support and property tax going into programs that really needed to be run statewide. And so that, you know, whether that's a positive, a net positive or negative, it was a significant change. But the property tax counties are constrained. There's really a loss of local taxing power, as we remember from what happened back then, a centralization in Sacramento. Housing prices, I think the biggest case we have is that housing prices are loss of affordable housing finance, housing prices out of reach, property tax benefits going to the better off, and an increased use of regressive sales taxes, 2/3 vote causing some of that. Now, in this next slide, this is old. It comes from the legislative analyst, and it's understandable. You know, who has most of the housing wealth in the state? What better off people? They get a lot of the relief from Prop 13, that the tax relief is really skewed to those who, you know, have much more housing wealth, you know, just as the way it functions. So one of the things about, I mean, the focus somewhat on affordable housing and land use, we have, frankly, and I want to say, this is a necessary discussion for really getting to affordable housing. We have the worst possible tax system for good land use. We reward holding land off the market. We reward speculation. You can keep underutilized land off the market forever without any carrying costs. If you had it since 1975 or to the 1980s, you pay virtually no tax on that. These low property taxes actually increase the land values. If you're going to sell, you can hold on to it forever until you get, you know, and the land values are an inverse function, if you will, of low property taxes, higher land values, which diminish affordability. Lack of land available for housing is one of the major constraints in the housing market in California. Overpriced land, lack of land available. And if you think of land use in the state of California, we have miles and miles and hundreds of miles of, whether it's in LA County or in the peninsula, hundreds of miles of underutilized commercial land. And if you think, you know, when you look at El Camino from South San Francisco to Mountain View, that should be full of affordable housing or affordable or not, apartment buildings that deal with the incredible housing crunch that exists in the Bay Area. They're doing that a lot. You know, Mountain View has, you know, Oakland has taken its own old auto row and converted it to housing, so that's happening. But the tax system mitigates, the property tax in California mitigates against that. So here's a couple of charts that pretty much show the same thing from the legislative analyst, but the likelihood of development on vacant land, that when the LAO looked at all this, is the longer you hold it, the more vacant it's going to be. The next chart basically says the same thing. They looked at neighboring sites and said the longer you hold it, the less developed it's going to be. So when we're looking at a problem of housing development, we're looking at underutilized, in particular, commercial land and vacant land. And that's what I think this win-win-win reform that I'm talking about, what I would call smart roll, people call split roll, or they have other names for it. I want to get the use of smart roll out there. And it happened actually in a discussion with business folks who said, what do you think of the business personal property tax? And I say, well, it's a tax on new investment, just probably what we shouldn't be doing. What we should be doing is taxing land, which is the best possible tax, and we have the worst. And so smart roll would be taxing land, not taxing new investment. So large areas of underutilized commercial land. I've looked at a lot of assessment data, whether it's new car lots or used car lots, low value mini malls, gas stations, warehouses. Those we have a tremendous underassessment where you find. They go back to the 80s or 90s. You can see buildings on that have been reassessed recently on land that's still 1975 values. Highly underassessed, underutilized. Now we have in place in California AB 2011, which gives a right to develop for conversion of commercial to residential land. And it does that with affordable set-asides, and it overrides a lot of the NIMBYism, the opposition to local high-intensity development. And basically the state said, we will permit by right conversion of commercial to residential land. And that's a significant opportunity for housing. But as long as the tax system is so skewed, it's not going to be fully utilized. So let me talk about land tax in particular. This is trying to talk about smart roll and change the debate a little. Milton Friedman says it's the least bad tax. And when did testimony and worked on the Schwarzenegger Tax Reform Commission, Steve Sheffrin, an economist formerly at UC Davis, said a higher tax on land is close to the economist's ideal of a non-distorting tax. The economist says land values stimulate economic activity instead of discourage them. And when we talk about taxes, we're always talking about how taxes discourage certain uses. But, on the next slide, why do we tax land? And this is a critical understanding. Mason Gaffney, who is a land economist at UC Riverside and a brilliant guy, land supply rises due to taxing it, which is the opposite of virtually every other tax. When we tax something, we say we're going to get less of it. In the case of land, it's really the opposite. If you put a tax on underutilized, just reassess underutilized commercial land, what do you get? You get people saying, I can't sustain that if my tax goes from $5 a square foot to $100 a square foot, which is what you see around commercial corridors in California, we can't sustain this self-storage or this used car lot. We need to convert it. And what we have is the right to convert to residential. The increasing returns on land, just to think about the concept of taxing just land, the increasing returns on land are the result of other people's investment. I own a piece of land. The roads are improved by the state. Somebody builds a new buildings next to it. My land values go up. But that's never captured. So and I'll get to this in terms of infrastructure, we short circuit what should be a virtuous cycle of investment in infrastructure. So you can't move it. There are positive economic impacts to actually changing the Prop 13 system, which is probably the worst. We promote density, better land uses, infrastructure in a virtuous cycle of growth. We get a lot of revenue from it, and housing development really benefits. Let me talk about either here or later, but the infrastructure issue. We pay for infrastructure. And this was kind of what redevelopment did, but we got rid of that. It was a function of Prop 13. We pay for infrastructure, We increase, what is infrastructure? It's an increase in the carrying capacity of the land, whether it's water or sewage or roads. It's improving the ability to use the land. But, and in the way of any tax system should work, that new public investment in infrastructure generates through bonding or whatever you use, the money to pay it back, to pay for the infrastructure because you have rising land values. But Prop 13, the way we work it right now, short circuits that. And this, so why commercial? Why are we talking about commercial and not residential? We know that property values are, because it's other people's investment. I own property, my values go up, I don't have necessarily an ability to pay that. You know, a land tax often is onerous to, you know, if you take, anybody can think of this. You have a cottage in Modesto versus a cottage in Palo Alto. The cottage is the same thing. The building's the same thing. But one is $2 million, if it's probably more than that by now, and the other might be $350,000. What's the difference? It's the land value. But with that, we're not saying that in the case of rising land values, this is what Prop 13 short-circuited for homeowners. But for commercial, the value of the property is based on your ability to profit from the location. Your land value doesn't go up if it's not a good location. Your land value goes up because they built a new road, you got a new sewage system, people are developing around you, and that value goes up. So if you say your tax goes up and you're saying, gosh, I have really I have a used car lot here and I'm not making enough money, sell it. You know, you still benefit from it. It's not like a homeowner who would be forced out of their home. This is profitable for commercial property. Just one example, because I've looked at thousands of them around the state. At Telegraph and Grand Avenue in Oakland, there are two, I don't know if they're still there, two gas stations that are, one's $25 and the other is $45 a square foot on the land. There was a recent property that got sold for housing that was $500 right there, right in the same area, $500 a square foot on the land. So those old gas stations can easily convert and should be converted, but they're paying virtually nothing. They're paying, $5 or $10 a square foot on the land. So. One thing, I was testifying at the Schwarzenegger Commission, and Michael Boskin, who was George Bush's head of the Council of H.W. Bush's Council of Economic Advisors, said, well, if you do this, you're probably not going to get as much money as you think from the land, because the values, when they're taxed fully, will decline. I said, the best thing that could happen in new investment in California is that if we're not paying the exorbitant land values, which just are a dead weight loss in tax terms, instead of capital, we should be investing in capital and labor and not using all our capital on buying overpriced land. So it's a good thing that land values come down. So this next one is an interesting out of data done by USC. The land value, when we did Prop 15, it was a reassessment of land and buildings. It was the whole all commercial property. Turns out that 2/3 of the revenue from that comes from land values. And that's because, if you look at the next slide, this is Google's property, and this is a little bit old. We haven't updated the research. But if you look at the little yellow over there, those are owned by some real large investors, billionaire actually, lives in Palo Alto. And those are assessed at about $1.50 a square foot. Google also bought land. The red one right next to it, when they bought new land, was more like $150 a square foot. Google doesn't care about the land value. The value added on Google land is so high that they could pay, the difference here is $6,000 an acre versus $60,000 an acre. And the $60,000 an acre doesn't matter to them. It may be up now in San Jose. I think we saw Adobe bought some land at $600 a square foot. Doesn't matter. When your value added is so high, the land tax is a trivial proportion, but it's not trivial to Santa Clara County, and it's not trivial about land uses themselves. So this is the first part of the win-win-win. Win-win in terms of housing and in terms of local government is if you just were to reassess commercial land, period, somewhere in the order of 12 to $18 billion. The $18 billion is if you raise the rate to 1.5, which I think would be salutary, but still just reassessing commercial land, you get 2/3 of what you would get from full-scale commercial reassessment. Housing development, lower land costs, greater availability, permanent source potentially of housing finance for truly affordable housing, and you get affordable set-asides, you get a substantial housing supply increase. And I would say, I don't know if it's a sufficient condition, but if we're really looking at the affordable housing problem in California, it is it's a necessary step to start to tax commercial land. Now, for big office buildings that are in San Francisco, they're $2,000 a square foot, $3,000 a square foot. It doesn't matter because they have, 60 stories above it and the land tax is minimal. But in terms of a lot of the underutilized land, going from $2 to $100 a square foot or $50, depending on where it is a big step. And what you do then is to say, we're going to sell this land, and by right, it can be converted to affordable housing. So I really want to emphasize, this is a necessary step if we really want to solve the affordable housing situation. Now, then there's local benefits. You got billions of ongoing dollars, and in the terms of housing is very important for poor people, but human services, homelessness, public safety, parks, special districts. When we did Prop 15, we saw that the Los Angeles County Fire District would get $150 million a year. Now, given the context of what's been happening in LA, it's real money, and billions in ongoing schools. And for infrastructure, this is how you finance infrastructure. The shortage of infrastructure finance. You get the rising land values, you invest in infrastructure, you sell the bonds, you get it back because it's a really good investment. And oh yes, this is really simple to do for assessors. One of the things you all might remember about Prop 15 is the assessor said, we tried to give them as much time and as much money as they needed, but they said, we can't do it anymore. Well, when I've talked to assessors about reassessing land, piece of cake, you could do it tomorrow because you know what the land values are. Okay, so now the third part, if I want to say that we shouldn't tax land, that we should tax land because it's an economic rent, it's a windfall, it's not based on any investment, and that's why Milton Friedman and other economists thinks it's the best, most non-distorting tax. What do? We don't tax commercial land, but we tax business personal property investment the year it's made, and then for all the years thereafter, depending on the fights over depreciation rates. Taxed each year, there are battles over, do we depreciate these properties pursuant to this equipment pursuant to Moore's Law, 2 or 3 years, or does it last 10 years? There's a little mini industry in Santa Clara County that fights over business personal property for high tech. The solution would be exempt all locally, not state assessed properties, not oil, because you guys know about the oil issue in terms of business personal property and equipment, not oil and boats and airplanes. But other than that, what I call smart roll is let's tax the thing that should be taxed and is not, land, commercial land that's for profit. Let's not tax the new investment that our industry and manufacturing and restaurant owners and every office has to say, I got this much in computers and tables, and everybody, commercial renters are gone from the rolls, thousands of them, hundreds of thousands of them. and it's assessor simplicity as well. So that's a win for affordable housing. It's a win for revenue for local government. It's a win for infrastructure. And it's a win for new investment in business property, for manufacturing and technology, and restaurants whose stoves and refrigerators are being taxed every year. Okay, so what does it take to get this done? And one of the reasons I really appreciate this opportunity is to try to change the debate. You know, the debate has been pretty polarized. As we know, a lot of politics is polarized in this country, and it's polarized on this issue in California. But I'm trying, nobody is necessarily saying this is the solution, but I'm trying to open a discussion, and in particular, the housing industry really needs to understand that until you deal with the fact that speculation and sprawl and holding land off the market is beneficial, that they're never going to get, we are never going to get the affordable housing we need. We'd like to see business engagement. It was business that talked to me about the personal property tax. Now, there are a bunch of issues, and Mr. Gaines, I want to point out one, which is this does not necessarily work that well for rural counties, because the land values are very low, the commercial is much less, and the business personal property is a potential loss. School apportionments in basic aid districts is always a complexity. How would we treat, if we're just taxing commercial land, how do we treat buildings and improvements, mixed use development? Now, these are all resolvable issues, but they are issues. I think I'm the only person in the world or at least in California, who has thought that there really is a legislative solution to this upside down property tax system, that there is a consensus that can be built around some of these issues. And that's why, again, I really appreciate being here, because I think that we can extend the debate to housing, to business, infrastructure, a lot more than the kind of polarized split roll, yes, no, we're against it, we're for it. Let's talk about some solutions here which really include affordable housing, really include revenue for our local governments, and really include infrastructure and business needs. So lots more to be done. So I'm going to end with one task I want the BOE to engage in. In 1979, there was a little commission that says, this is how we're going to deal with change of ownership under Prop 13. We know how it works for houses, but we don't know how it works for businesses. Now, we know what we have, a completely loophole-ridden, unfair, and irrational system. The three of us buy a commercial property, each of us take 33%. It's never reassessed. We have a lease on the land, which is very common, and we have buildings owned by partnerships, LLCs, real estate investment trusts, never change ownership. The underlying land lease keeps it at that. The system is very dysfunctional, and I think most people have admitted that. Now, in the 1990s with Senator Quentin Kopp, and in the aughts with Senator Martha Escutia, we did bills which said, when total cumulative 50% turns over, that's a change of ownership. What do you do about publicly traded corporations? Maybe you say that they, on average, they turn over 50 every 5 years. So Chevron, whose properties are at 1975 values, will have turned over 50 times, 30 times, 20 times, whatever since then. 50% of their stock has changed ownership, so we're going to reassess Chevron from their 1975 values. Or any of these, Bank of America was reassessed when Nations Bank bought them out, but that was 2005. So you have, they were reassessed because it was a full merger. But in many cases, buildings are owned by LLCs, partnerships, REITs. So you do a cumulative change of ownership. You can't avoid reassessment by dividing shares in a property. In the 1990s, under Quentin Kopp, the revenue estimate was $1 to $2 billion. Well, there's probably, I'm going to guess, $4 to $6 billion now for cities, counties, and schools. But we need, and this is done legislatively. What I was suggesting in terms of land and business property is constitutional, and if we can get a consensus to put it on the ballot, great. But this one, in terms of change of ownership, I urge you to reconstitute your task force, the task force that in 1979 has not been changed. Take a look at all of this stuff and say, okay, what should change of ownership be like? And I'm pretty much sure that you'll get to what Quentin Kopp, who was an independent and certainly no lefty at all, or not even a liberal, a conservative, would get to the conclusion that we ought to do a 50% cumulative change. Now, if I own a property and there is no change, then we're still going to see these disparities. You know, we're still going to be able to hold on to properties that are under-assessed. So this is kind of making lemonade with a lemon. But it is something that I think it should be an action item for the BOE, reconstitute a commission to discuss how to really reorganize change of ownership. You've had your LEOPS program, which works questionably in some cases, I am aware, but that would be part of having a discussion of the BOE. It's a step. It's not what I would talk about, I would say, is SMART roll, but at least it improves the current situation as something within the purview of the BOE. So thank you. I don't know if I ran over my time, but appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I assume we'll take questions and comments.
Yeah, does anyone have a burning short question, or shall we wait till the end? Chair.
If I could, I just, you know, my perspective is different in that, because I inherently believe, based on what tax rates are currently in the state of California, that we are a heavily taxed state. And so my concern is that why aren't we looking at ways to provide tax relief across the board for both individuals and I would say for the business community too. Bring down tax rates, generate revenue, because you're going to encourage more business and more opportunity for folks. And I've got another concern in terms of what's happening in the state. We've got this out-migration to the point where we lost a congressional seat, and my sense is that we will lose more folks in the future and lose additional political power as a result of an out-migration in the state. And we're seeing this on the corporate level, but we're also seeing it among the poor and the middle class. It kind of is all people who are retiring, kind of at all levels. So I think if you look, looking at it globally, or at least at all taxes, I think we have a challenge and an issue here in California that we need to resolve. And a lot of people are getting squeezed.
See, exactly on point. That's why, exactly on point. The major reason why people can't live in California is the complete unaffordability of housing. And the unaffordability of housing is at least partially based on a tax system which taxes the wrong things. The second thing you said, which is tax relief, that's part of a smart roll process. If we get more affordable housing that really people can afford to stay here, and get rid of what is a nuisance tax for a lot of people, but a significant tax on business investment, and instead tax the speculation and create the means of providing affordable housing, that speaks directly to your points. I agree with it. That's why I'm trying to expand the debate. People are leaving because they can't afford to be here. And that's where we desperately need to build affordable housing. People are, and then the question of The business, what we're taxing here is what we would say would be, we have the wrong, it's not so much the level of taxes, we have the wrong taxes. And that's why, what we're trying to solve here. So I appreciate your perspective, and I'm trying to speak directly to it. I'm not
Right.
trying to say,
No, I-
oh, that's conservative and I'm liberal
I
and blah,
appreciate-
blah, blah.
I
I
appreciate
think we
that.
need to get that, we need to get that housing built. And and as part of that, we're providing some tax relief, all in the context of the property tax.
But we also have to look at the fee structures, right?
The what?
The fee structures for building a home. We make it
Sure,
so
and that's
expensive
where,
from a
again,
regulatory standpoint.
AB 2011 speaks directly to that by saying we have the right to convert commercial property to residential property, and that gets to the fee issues. I don't disagree with you about that.
But that should
And the
be,
fact is that
broad-based.
the state is
For all
legislating
housing.
in such a way as to, I think this working in context of 2011, we're going to get really a lot of affordable housing. And those people who've had, many of those middle class and poorer people who've had to leave will be able to find some affordable housing.
I don't know how that translates. It's a tax increase, so I'm not quite clear how you keep business in California when you
Well,
increase taxes on them.
it's a tax shift from the wrong tax to the right tax.
We need business to generate tax revenue.
Well, this is why we have this diversity of brain food here today. And Mr. Vasquez has a quick question.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. It's really enlightening, and I've always been trying to figure this thing out since it passed, last 20, 30 years. Because I think when they first came up with it, I think they should have split, residential from commercial. And for whatever reasons, it never happened. But the question I have, and I think you might have touched on it a little bit, how do we do it where it's a reasonable thing to ask assessors to do? Because now you're asking them to figure out what is considered a residential property versus a commercial property. Especially now, I think since COVID, we have so many people working out of their homes. So is their home now a business?
No. In Prop 15, we had a lot of discussions with the assessors, and they were not fully satisfied, but they were fully satisfied with, there was some mix of use of the words of zoning, particularly for vacant land, but they have extensive use definitions. So I think in terms of, they had problems with how we going to do all this work all at once, and we said stretch it. We thought we had answers to that, but we did work with them closely in terms of getting a clear definition to their satisfaction of commercial versus residential property. And it did not include home-based. We were explicit on that home-based businesses were not considered.
They'd be exempt.
They were residential.
Right.
Home, when you say home-based business, well, you earn money out of your home, but the home is the home, and that is a residential property.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's doable. It takes a little negotiation and work.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. And we'll go to Professor Darian Shansky of UC Davis now. Thank you.
Thank you. And so do I cue you for this slide? Okay, great. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I'll go to my agenda slide. Yeah. Okay. So I'll go fast over some property tax theory and present and past. I'm sorry if this is all just review, but I thought some of it is at least maybe a little bit interesting. So there's the agenda, and then I want to talk about some basics of tax policy. That's the first item of my agenda. Just skip this next slide, please. So the basic ways of thinking about taxes and evaluating them: fairness, different elements of fairness. Fairness means you want to treat similarly people the same, and also perhaps differently situate people differently to the extent that if someone has more ability to pay, they should pay more. Efficiency, you don't want it to be too big of a drag on the economy. We'll talk more about that. Administrability, you don't want it to be too hard to collect the tax. And sufficiency. You need a tax to do things. A tax that taxed all billionaires $1 would be easy to administer, it would be efficient, and it would be fair, but we wouldn't do the thing we needed to do, which is to actually fund the government. Okay, next slide. So when we talk about the property tax, it's a very old tax, and it's a matter of theory, its core rationale, and this relates very much to Lenny's presentation as well, is that it's a benefit tax. You pay for what you get, right? If you pay an income tax to the state or to the federal government, it might satisfy ability to pay, it might have all sorts of positive features, but one thing that's for sure true is that you don't know where the money is going to go. A property tax, at least incrementally, you can pay more and get more, and it goes into your community, and in lots of cases, it's impounded into the value of your land and probably your home. We're very familiar with that in the context of school districts, right? Who knows the most about school districts in your neighborhood? I will tell you right now who it is. It is your local realtor, right? They will tell you where the lines are. They will tell you where the schools are, who has the programs that you want, and that's because they know the home values reflect the value of the schools. And so your property taxes, to the extent they're a benefit tax and they go to that, they are efficient, right? Why should you pay more? It's the reason you pay more for anything, you're going to get more. And that is a special thing about property taxes, unlike other kinds of taxes. The property tax used to be collected for both state purposes and local purposes through the beginning of the 20th century. And that's in fact why you exist as a state board of equalization. And we'll get back to that in a second. At this point, it's mostly a local tax, as again, you know, and it's at the local level that you can really have this benefit trade-off. You get something locally, you pay for it locally. A special fairness issue, right? Property taxes are not based on ability to pay. So in lots of cases, there is a pretty high correlation between property wealth and ability to pay, but it is imperfect, right? There are examples of people on fixed incomes who are house rich and income poor, and the property tax can be a real burden. And that is true, and it's something that is one of the reasons why, for centuries and across the states, right, people do not like the property tax because in particular, it can really hit liquidity-constrained taxpayers. Next slide, please. So I do want to talk a little bit about property tax history. The property tax historically, not in California, not anymore, not since Prop 13, is a residual tax. Residual tax means that the local government that had the authority to levy a property tax would meet, like you are meeting now, would decide what it was going to spend. Say the school board would say, we need $1 million, a little bit more than last year, let's say, and they would send that need to the county assessor, and the county assessor would collect enough property tax to raise the $1 million, even if that meant raising the property tax by 0.01%, right? So there wasn't a vote on the tax, there was a vote on the need. Right, so it was a residual tax. Okay, next sort of feature of the property tax that's no longer, or features that are no longer features. Okay, sorry for the really confusing slide. There's no quiz. It's from my class presentation. The thing is that the property tax is supposed to be a rate times the base, the value of the property. For a long time, including in California, or Prop 13, and still in lots of other states, it was made more complicated. A certain properties were classified, say commercial versus residential. Different proportions of value would be taxed. And in California, when it was a state tax, that meant that a local county assessor could systematically underassess their property on the theory that that meant the county next door that wasn't underassessing their property would pay more in property taxes to the state. The State Board of Equalization is a constitutional office to sort of to tamp down on these shenanigans, to make sure that local governments are applying the right level of assessment. Now, Prop 13 has largely sort of changed that, and as you know, Prop 13 imposes a 1% tax based on value at the time of transfer with a 2% inflator and blah, 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 right? But this is how it used to work. And at least one aspect of this, I think that's highly relevant, is going back to the issue with liquidity, is that this was a way, a rough justice kind of way to protect liquidity-constrained taxpayers. And Prop 13, I think, at least the way I teach it, is a way to do something similar, also very roughly, very over-inclusively and under-inclusively. Okay, next slide. So this is another wordy slide from my classes, and I use it at the end of my unit on state and local government finance in my local government law class. And the upshot of this slide is that Prop 13 does more than limit the property tax, right? It and its brethren, Prop 218, Prop 26, restrain both the state and local public finance in a variety of ways, which makes funding at the local level very difficult, right? It would be one thing to say, okay, we're going to cut the property tax, but we're not going to mess with sales taxes. But in fact, Prop 13 does. How does it mess with property taxes? It says if you want to increase the property tax, at least in most contexts, you have a 2/3 vote. Okay, well, you're going to want to build a piece of infrastructure. The traditional way to do that is to impose a special benefit assessment. Prop 218 says, yeah, we're going to make that really hard. Right? So all these things, all these ways of financing local public goods have become much, much more difficult in the aftermath of Prop 13. Okay, next slide. I don't know if it's a fun example, but maybe a fun example. This example involves Cupertino. Next slide. Cupertino, I think, will come up at some point. Okay, there it is. You've probably heard of Cupertino, where it is a very, very rich place. They make a deal with Apple in the late 1990s to basically kick back a big portion of the sales tax from Apple that Cupertino would collect back to Apple. Lots of things are interesting here. Why is Cupertino so dependent on the sales tax? Because its property tax was cut and cannot be increased on account of Prop 13. So this is called the fiscalization of land use. This is part of what Lenny's talking about. The tax system is incentivizing policy decisions in this case to sort of hoard sales tax revenue, and in the case of Apple, literally drag the money or burn money by giving it back to Apple. And one aspect of this, right, looking at the situation in Cupertino from any other part of the country, is by losing this sales tax deal, and I think the CDTFA rightfully questioned its propriety, this blew a $15 million hole through the city of Cupertino's budget. Well, no big deal, right? Its tax base is $27 billion. Not a problem. If it's still a residual tax, just increase spending by $15 million. You don't have to close any parks, you don't have to fire any police. The easiest thing in the world, no one would notice. But Cupertino can't do that. So skip to the next slide to White Plains, New York. White Plains you may or may not have heard of. It's close to where I grew up. It is a suburb of New York. It is a wealthy suburb of New York. It is not nearly as wealthy as Cupertino. So one thing you might ask is, well, maybe Cupertino already pays so much in property taxes, but the answer is they pay actually much less than they pay in White Plains. And White Plains, New York has its own property tax regime that's complicated, but the upshot is that White Plains wouldn't have this problem, right? They could just have a tiny increase in their property taxes and pay the $15 million to keep their parks open, and they wouldn't have gotten into this mess to begin with because they wouldn't be so desperate for the sales tax the way that cities are here. Okay, next slide. Another sort of, no, sorry, go back one. I'm sorry, old school. So one question about is, what did California's tax system look like in the halcyon days before Prop 13? Well, the answer is California has lots of overlapping local governments with the power to impose property taxes, and as I talked about, they'd all meet individually and set their budgetary need. This county assessor would say, well, here's the rate we need to raise that money. Here are the people who live in these overlapping districts, and we're going to send them a bill. And so on average, it'll be different everywhere because people live in all sorts of different combinations of governments. The average total property tax rate in California is 2.5%, or was 2.5%. It's still that way in lots of places, right, including Texas. Right, California is a relatively low property tax state in various ways. So when Prop 13 cuts the rate from 2.5% to 1%, it's a 60% cut, right? So it's a gigantic cut. That's why a city like Cupertino is chasing the sales tax. The legislature was faced with a big problem, though, in 1979, which is 1% instead of 2.5%. Who gets it, right? The school district says, we need the whole 1% just to do what we used to do, and that will leave the city and the county, the fire district, with nothing. The answer the legislature came up with, the non-crazy answer, the next slide, please, in a statute called AB 8, was a truce. It says you get the same percentage of the property tax that you used to get. Not crazy, not a terrible way to solve the problem. The problem with that is, first of all, once you do that, Now, every single local government, because there's a 1% zero-sum game, will not compromise on changing the system. And so the system was frozen. I mean, it's still frozen. If you want to know what percentage your city, your county, your school district gets, it's basically what AB 8 says they got in 1979. It doesn't matter if there's been growth or opposite of growth. It doesn't matter if there's more fire need. You still get what you get. So one result of the post-Prop 13 world is not just a big cut in property tax revenue, not just the severing of the connection, the benefit connection, right? If you want something, like in Cupertino, to keep the parks open, you can't pay for it through the property tax anymore, right? So the main rationale for the property tax is broken, and the way property taxes are spent, right, are also wholly arbitrary, right, based on what happened in 1979. Next slide. One question you might have is, well, then what happened to the schools if they got a 60% cut of their main revenue source? Did they all close in November? And the answer is no, they didn't. The state, which had a surplus at the time, came in and backfilled their revenues. And that's still the case, right? So 900 of 1,000, 940 of 1,000 of California school districts essentially get money from the state, including, districts like Davis that almost certainly don't need it. But we get the percentage we get, and we can't increase it. And so the state is essentially backfilling, local public goods that in many cases could be paid for by themselves. And it also means that local governments that could fund their services for themselves are stuck with the volatility of the state revenue base. Right, so why should a little city like Davis have to lay off teachers because some people didn't sell as much stock because the stock market was tanked because of tariffs? Doesn't make any sense, right? The people in Davis are willing to pay that money, but they can't through the property tax system. They can only do it through some sort of parcel tax election, which we'll talk about, but which is much more difficult. Okay, next slide. So where are we, right? So the property tax basically fails along every traditional measure of tax policy, right? It doesn't raise enough. Its allocation is arbitrary. Its benefit is over-inclusive, right? So lots of people who could afford to pay more don't pay more, and it's under-inclusive in that, let's say, renters who could really benefit from some protection aren't necessarily getting any protection from Prop 13. Usually in tax policy, there's a trade-off. You trade fairness for efficiency. Here, right, we have this surreal situation where it's sort of a failure along every dimension, which is, not easy to do, but we've done it. Okay, next slide. Right, one straightforward thing to do would be to acknowledge the limitations of the property tax in terms of hitting people who don't necessarily have the ability to pay. And given that California has an income tax, so the state has all the information, to just say we're gonna have a very generous circuit breaker regime. If your property tax is above a certain percentage of income, we will not tax you anymore. And that's something which the legislature can do, right? That's just giving away money through the income tax. Next slide. There could be, obviously, if you wanted to really fix Prop 13, you would pair the circuit breakers with moving to a full market value system, right? Which would obviously be extremely difficult to do. While we wait for that to happen, right, there are some other things that can be done. So again, the legislature can impose circuit breakers to protect the more vulnerable. As Kirk Stark at UCLA has proposed in a white paper, or proposal which you can ask him about, is have reverse circuit breakers, which say, well, look, you've been in that house since 1978. Property taxes are like 0.1% of your income. That's an $8 million house. You earn $7 million. Property taxes should be more, right? So we're gonna, through the income tax, we're gonna charge you more, right? So we'll protect the vulnerable and we'll make the people who pay more pay more. Another reason people don't like the property tax has to do with how it's collected, because it's an old tax, right? Is there any other major bill that we have to deal with that we have to pay twice a year, like by mail before Christmas, right? Of course people are upset about it. You know it's coming. But I can speak for myself that it's always annoying, right? Oh, I need to come up with the money to pay the property, right? Everything else, right? You sign up for Hulu and it's automatic. And so the state could make it automatic, could have a withholding like the income tax, and by pairing it with a circuit breaker can make sure it's not overly burdensome, right? That could all be done by statute. It could all be done tomorrow. Okay, next slide. So here's, Senator Gaines, here's something I really want to emphasize to you, is just that, right, we don't have to wait necessarily to tax vacant property on the basis of land value. We could have a parcel tax based on undeveloped square footage. That would not be considered a property tax for purposes of Prop 13. Such a tax could be imposed by the legislature, and it can be imposed by local governments. And if the legislature could make the following deal, right? We are going to impose an undeveloped land tax based on the amount you reported to the state in terms of how much you can build. In return, you can no longer charge development fees, or only a fraction of what you used to charge. What's the theory behind that? The theory behind that is, right now, again, because Prop 13 has created this level of austerity, local government's like, look, we can't build the infrastructure for you unless we charge high fees, because we cannot build it. Developer says, well, yeah, but now the developer fees are so high, I'm not building anything, right? It doesn't pencil. And so that's where we are. If we don't charge developer fees, then now the developer's like, great, I can do it. The work is gonna pencil out, but now there's no like roads or sewer systems. Again, the rest of the government cannot cover it because of the austerity of Prop 13. But if we said, look, we're gonna raise money through an undeveloped square footage tax, now we'll have money to build that infrastructure, and the developer has an incentive to develop, because if they're gonna pay the money anyway, they might as well build the thing, right? So that's an example of a trade which doesn't necessarily even lead to a net revenue increase, but by the ordering and the incentive it creates, would create more development than you would otherwise. There are other things you can do with parcel taxes by statute. Right now, parcel taxes are said, there was a case from a few years ago that said that parcel taxes have to be uniform. You can't have tiered parcel taxes, but that's an interpretation of a state statute. I would emphasize it is a poor interpretation of that statute. You can just fix it and just say you could have parcel taxes that differ by square footage or by commercial versus residential uses. You can authorize locals, as you might know, city and county electors can put special taxes on ballots and get a 50% vote. It's unclear whether a school district electorate could do that, but you could authorize a school district electorate to do that. And people like schools, and there's a lot of need, and that would be a way to release a lot of revenue, and that's, again, something you can pass by statute. And then there's my last slide. Right, which is that, again, there's the current situation is not ideal in most ways. That's not great. The good news is that almost everything we do would be an improvement. So there's a lot of stuff to do, and I'm happy to talk about it and work with you on it. And that's all I got.
Great, thank you so much. Questions?
If I could.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair?
please.
Because,
Can I interrupt? We
Yes.
need to take a break for the closed captioner. So if this is a good time to take a quick little break, we don't have our court
can
reporter
I ask a
today.
question and then go to break?
Yes, of
If you're-
course.
I don't think it'll take
Sorry.
long.
Okay.
I'm just looking at Prop 13 and what I think is a huge benefit in that you have the ability you do lock in, right? So you buy the house costs too much, and we need to figure out how we lower the cost of building in the state of California, because not all states are having the same problem we are here when you look at cost of housing. But the beautiful part is that rate's only going to go up 2% a year. And so the problem that we had pre-Prop 13 is people were being forced out of their homes. My fear with the split roll, or the new name you've given it, what is it?
Smart roll.
Okay, is that why wouldn't you create the same dynamic on the business side of the ledger? You're going to pick and choose in terms of what the value is of the land based on the nature of the business. So Apple, they create software, and they're creating a lot of money per square foot. But what if you are a small business owner that doesn't have a high-value business?
Yeah.
Are you going to be taxed out of business because of the shift that is being proposed?
Yeah, so first of all, take a step back, right? So I completely agree with you, right? The property tax is not based on ability to pay, and I completely agree with you both politically and practically, unless voters feel that they are at least as well protected, right? They're not going to tolerate tinkering around with Prop 13, and I'm on board with that. That said, right, there are clearly, extremely wealthy people who are paying ridiculously low amounts. And that's both unfair and also distortionary, right? I mean, where I live, I don't want to name names, but there are people who will be really upset about the cost of housing, that their kids can't move in next door in Davis, and there they are, right, in a giant house they bought in 1975, right, living by themselves. Like, well, I have some ideas, right? So we need to.
But that still changes over time. It's just
Yeah.
that the time frame is lengthened, right? So if you live in the house for 30 years,
Yeah.
40 years, but then it gets reassessed upon sale.
Well, in theory, it does get reassessed, obviously in the case of
You
commercial
can't
property.
even pass it to your child as a rental anymore with Prop 19.
Right, no, Prop 19 makes it more
Right.
difficult. So I do think, again, circuit breakers are really important in terms of neighborhood stability, right? You pass it to your child, if they're really well-to-do, they'll pay more. If they're not, and you want to have that neighborhood stability, right, the circuit breaker is still going to protect them, that they won't have to pay too high a portion of their income. So I think that, circuit breakers are the more tailored solution, a way to solve the problem you're talking about and build trust without creating, unfairness or sort of arbitrary allocation of housing and other resources. And, will it be perfect? No, right? And it's always comparative, right? I think it could be a lot better than the current system.
Yeah, thank you for your
Yeah,
presentation.
thank you.
Super, thank you. And we're going to take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break for the captioners. Okay. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break and come back in 5. Thank you.
to call the item, please?
Yes, so we're just returning from break and like to announce that the meeting is reconvened at 2:27, and we're now going to move on our agenda to some constitutional items. We have Controller Cohen with us, and we need to move to, what item would that be in the agenda? Our first item?
It's item 4. We had announced
There it
earlier
is, yeah.
today.
That's great, thank you, appreciate that.
Item 4. Mhm.
Okay, so
Before
we're,
we begin, of course, we have to do my statement that Ms. Cohen is
Okay.
not here, so just give me a brief second here.
Sure.
Thank you. Controller Cohen is appearing remotely. I have a statement that I have to read and ask a question. When a member of the board attends a meeting by teleconference from a remote location, the member shall disclose whether any other individuals 18 years or older are present in the room at the remote location with the member and the general nature of the member's relation to such individuals. Controller Cohen, is there anyone 18 years of age or older present in the room at your remote location? Our understanding at this point is that she's on mute. We're going to get her unmuted.
Controller Cohen, can you hear us? And is there,
This is the operator. Can you have her press the *0?
*0? She needs to press that, is that correct?
Yes, press *0 and we can open the line.
Okay. She's not coming through AT&T? Okay, all right.
No.
Okay, all right, so then we just have to make sure she's not muted, I believe, is that right? Okay, I think we ought to wait just a minute and see if we can get this figured out. So. Oh, she is, okay. In Teams?
Can you hear me?
There we go. Great. How are you, Controller Cohen?
Thank you very much. I attest that I'm alone in the room. And for the record, it's *6 to unmute yourself, not *0 or *1.
Very good. Great. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, wonderful. And do we need any other housekeeping, or are we ready to go?
Yes, I believe, I'm not quite sure. Ms. Cohen, yes, okay, so she did, she clarified.
Yes, Ms. Cicchetti, I'm alone.
Okay, very good. So we are now looking at item number 4 on the agenda, AT&T Mobility LLC 2606, EAU 025-001, property tax non-appearance consent. This matter is a constitutional function. Mr. McCool, will you please present this matter?
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon again, Chairman Gaines and all honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCoy. I'm the chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Before you today is a petition for abatement of penalty applied to an escaped assessment the board adopted on January 23rd of this year. Petitioner is requesting abatement of the penalty amount statutorily applied by staff. AT&T was cooperative during the audit, as well as through the petition process, and has provided staff all information requested. As a result, SAPD has no objection to this abatement request and are in agreement with the petitioner on the recommendation before you. I ask for your adoption of this penalty abatement request. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, do we have a motion?
I move.
Okay.
Second.
We have a first and a second. And so I believe the motion would be to abate the penalty applied to the 2024 escaped assessment.
As recommended, yes.
Very good, okay. And I don't believe we have any written comments.
None.
All right, and anyone in the auditorium that wishes to speak to this issue? Nobody
none.
said they want to
No.
speak.
No.
Therefore, we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
Thank you. And on the phone lines, if you do have a public comment, please press 1, then 0. There's no one that queued up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. Members, is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, we have Member Schaefer's made a motion to abate the penalty applied to the 2024 escaped assessment with Vice Chair Lieber seconding. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines?
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is item 11. No, we've done that, haven't we?
Hold on, we're going to go
Sorry.
back to Ms. Lieber's item and let her finish up her informational hearing.
Oh, okay, that's it, huh? Oh, okay, I
Got
thought we
one
had more to do.
More.
Very good.
Still got more
One more,
available
yes.
to us. And the more that we have is Devon Gray. And please come up, Mr. Gray. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Devin Gray. I lead an advocacy organization called End Poverty in California, or EPIC for short. Really want to thank Vice Chair Lieber for organizing this, I think, really important conversation today. And I really want to acknowledge how thoughtful and informative the previous two presentations were. I think your expertise has been incredibly enlightening, especially for someone like me who is far from an expert on property taxes, but thinks about the impacts of revenue on economic mobility for the state. I think it's critical that we continue to contextualize poverty and economic mobility more broadly in our conversations around how we raise revenue as a state, because anti-poverty advocates will all tell you that the way that we raise revenue makes our work more challenging, not less challenging. I also think it's important to understand that the state of poverty in California is dire, and we should all find it deeply troubling because it's not often discussed among many Californians as a state, but that's mainly because we have so much that's going well as a state. As you all know, within the last couple of weeks, we leapfrogged Japan to become the 4th largest economy in the world by GDP. Our GDP is well over $4 trillion now. We have diverse, dynamic industries across the state that have led us to having more billionaires in California than any country in the world, aside from the rest of the US and China. We have immense amounts of financial capital, of cultural capital, intellectual capital, the best public universities in the world, and political capital all at our disposal. And it's things that we should be incredibly proud of as a state. However, year after year, California has the highest poverty rate of any state in the country when you take into account cost of living, which you have to for any sort of sophisticated analysis, right? With a third of our families struggling to meet basic expenses every month. So how do we make sense of these contradictions, right? We simultaneously live in a state with immense abundance, and we have a pretty good understanding of what policy choices would, in fact, if not eliminate poverty, at least certainly reduce it. And yet so many Californians continue to struggle. Why is this? Well, our theory of the case is that the very story that we tell about poverty is fundamentally flawed and leads to policy choices particularly concerning how we raise and spend revenues that have left us with unacceptably high amounts of poverty. The story that we've told and continue to tell about poverty, even if people are often too polite to say it out loud, tends to place blame on poor people themselves rather than the systems and structures and policy choices that have made poverty a likely outcome for millions of Californians. And when we talk about these systems and structures that create and sustain poverty, questions on revenue and expenditures are at the center of it. Questions of who we tax, what we tax, and how much we tax. Questions of how we spend, where we spend, if we spend. And as many of us here know all too well, good intentions and the right ideas mean nothing if we don't have the revenue to support the types of programs that we know can indeed eliminate poverty. And the unpredictable and uneven nature of our revenues each year keeps us from being able to take these types of bold steps. And as we all know here, certainly, we get the lion's share of our revenue each year from personal income tax. We are indeed a high income tax state, with about half of our revenue from income tax coming from those making above $500,000 a year. That means that when the wealthy, especially those in Silicon Valley, do quite well, our revenues soar, which is great. And when they don't do so well, our revenues plummet. And this leads to a state budget subject to booms and busts, and as a consequence, anti-poverty spending that is perpetually on the chopping block. But the boom and bust nature of our budget is driven by the unpredictability that is part and parcel of relying so heavily on income taxation, rather than more predictable sources of revenue like property taxes. Now, much has already been said about how we tax property, but there are a few points I'd like to make, not with any specific endorsements for reform, but because it's important to understand what trade-offs have been made for this particular policy choice, and in particular, how it has exacerbated poverty and limited economic mobility. So even putting to the side the concerns that we should have about our lack of revenue, it is undeniable, of course, that our existing property tax regime rewards incumbent homeowners, and in doing so increases costs for first-time homebuyers, and gives, there's racial and class breakdown to this as well. White homeowners on average pay an annual property tax that is 80% less than, or the tax break that they receive is 80% higher than the average Black homeowner, and more than twice the tax break that Latino homeowners receive. And the consequence of this, of course, is that for people who are trying to become first-time home buyers, they're being pushed further and further away from the economic centers. And for those who choose to stay within close proximity to the economic centers, we're creating what is essentially a semi-permanent underclass of renters. Further, the way we structure our property taxes is exacerbating our housing crisis, not least through the impact fees that local jurisdictions levy to make up for revenue that they're not able to collect through property taxes. California has the highest average impact fee for construction of a single-family home. It's over $23,000, which is almost 3 times as high as what you would find in other states, which drives up construction costs that are likely passed on to consumers, along with disincentivizing production, which is obviously exacerbating the supply shortage that we have in the state. Further, as property tax revenue has declined and municipalities receive more revenue from sales and hotel taxes, there's an incentive to build more retail and hotel properties at the expense of housing development. All of these pieces and more contribute to a housing crisis that is largely responsible for our status as the state with the most poverty. And you'll all be familiar with the nature of our housing crisis. Our median home prices are around $890,000 statewide, and obviously much higher in our largest metropolitan areas. And the median rent for all property types in California is around $2,800, which is about $800 higher than the national median. Now, there are many reasons why we're in the midst of a housing crisis, but our constrained housing supply is undoubtedly the main culprit. We remain about 3.5 million housing units short of meeting our full demand within the state, and that's led to skyrocketing housing costs. And the creation of economic refugees as well, where people are being pushed further and further away, again, from economic centers out to further places or outside the state entirely. And of course, there are many culprits to blame for the housing shortage, but the crisis is so dire that we do need to examine how our property tax system does contribute to this. Now, we've spent a good amount of time, the three of us, detailing the challenges that we face, and the others before me have discussed solutions. But when we as an advocacy organization want to understand what our constituents want from the state, we go into communities across the state to listen. And over the last 3 years, we've visited over 20 counties across the state, from the northern border down to the Mexican border, and a lot of places in between. And whether it was an urban community or rural community, coastal, inland, liberal or conservative, many people expressed concerns about reforming Prop 13, especially older, low-income homeowners who have a credible concern about becoming displaced. That's a real fear that we have to take seriously. But when I ask people about reforming how we tax commercial property, especially quite high-value commercial property, it's a totally different conversation. People seem quite amenable to it. And I do think that the Schools and Communities First ballot measure from back in 2020 is worth, in some form or fashion, bringing back to voters. But I think to do that successfully will require proving to voters that we as advocates and policymakers can, in the meantime, successfully improve economic mobility for Californians that are being financially stretched, and again, in many cases, pushed out of the state entirely. And my worry is that our failures to address poverty today undercut our ability and our credibility for making the types of structural changes that would help address poverty tomorrow as well. So I believe we have to act with the urgency that is required in this moment. Thanks so much for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you for being here today. And are there any questions for Mr. Gray, Chair Gaines?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering if you could go through that figure again on average rent.
Yeah, so 2,800, it's very broad, it's very inclusive of
yeah.
different sizes. So capturing average rental costs is difficult because of the diversity of types of rental units, obviously.
Yeah.
The larger point, though, is that rent is more expensive here than it is other places.
Yeah.
Right? And I think we all know that, right? And there's many reasons for that, but the supply shortage, because frankly, we've made it so expensive to build here, especially compared to states, blue states, red states, everything in between. It is leading to externalities downstream that, as you mentioned earlier, are pushing people away. And there's political consequences to that as well that I think we have to take very seriously, in addition to the question of how we're seeding wealth and allowing people to develop wealth within the state. I firmly believe that the housing costs and rental costs and the prospective or lack of prospective homeownership in the state is why people are leaving. I think people will willingly sacrifice, in many cases, all of the things that California has to offer for the prospect of owning a home and pursuing the American dream. And if we don't take that seriously, I think it'll be a disaster, even more so than it's already been for California.
Yes, yeah, and I mean, it wasn't too long ago when interest rates were low that was a mortgage, 2,800, and that's an average. I know it's much higher in the Bay Area, LA, San Diego.
And to be clear, again, that's not the one bedroom, right? That's inclusive of homes, it's inclusive of three-bedroom condo, et cetera. But the point still stands that people are being priced out.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you all.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Before we give panelists a chance to close, we have two individuals who'd like to make a public comment who are here in the auditorium. Hopefully they're still here right now. The first is Robert Gutierrez, who is president of Caltex. And please come forward. And you'll have 3 minutes to comment.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Gaines, members of the BOE. My name is Rob Gutierrez, president of the California Taxpayers Association, and we're about to celebrate our 100th anniversary. I was also the chair of the No on Proposition 15 campaign with several other co-chairs. Caltex values the BOE's role in our state government to fairly administer California's property tax laws, according to state law, oversee assessment practices, and ensure the properties are assessed accurately and uniformly throughout the state, and serve not as collectors or revenue agents, but as tax administrators who are directly accountable to their constituents. The testimony we heard today from several of the folks here who have been active in past proposals to increase taxes on Californians would be much more appropriately addressed to a legislative body, not a tax administration agency. However, since the testimony has been given, I'd like to provide some brief perspective from the taxpayers with regard to the stability, equity, fairness that Proposition 13 has provided for the last 50 years almost. Californians have rejected efforts to change our current property tax system, most recently in 2020 with the defeat of Proposition 15. And the will of the voters should be respected. Polls taken by the Public Policy Institute of California consistently shows that Proposition 13 tax reforms approved in 1978 continue to have the support of roughly 2/3 of California voters. Why do Californians support our current property tax system and reject the types of ideas proposed by earlier witnesses? Because, as Alice Huffman of the NAACP correctly noted in her ballot argument against Proposition 15, changes to the current valuation system would raise the cost of living for California families, and to quote from her argument, would especially hurt lower income families. More relevant to the BOE's role in administering property taxes, county assessors also oppose the change to the property tax system in Proposition 15, noting that in addition to creating more than $1 billion in implementation costs and requiring them to hire more than 900 new high-level assessment experts from a practically non-existent pool of candidates, a split roll would actually reduce the amount of tax dollars available for services in some counties. The assessors also reported that split roll would divert their resources away from residential properties. To quote from the California Assessors Association white paper on Prop 15, homeowners would probably experience declines in service levels if the measure passed. We agree with previous speakers who said that California has an affordability problem, but high tax is part of the problem, not the solution. Driving jobs out of California might help the economies of other states, such as Oregon, but raising taxes, changing how commercial and industrial properties are assessed, or returning to an unstable certain assessment system that existed prior to 13 will make it even more difficult for Californians to find employment opportunities and lift them out of poverty. Caltax looks forward to continuing to work with you all to make sure that taxes are administered fairly and accurately and leaving legislative changes to the legislative branch.
Thank you so much. And next up, we have Scott Kaufman, who is Legislative Director for the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. Please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Before I start with my prepared remarks, I just wanted to answer a question that Member Vasquez had about why we didn't do a split roll measure, why we don't have split roll in California. In June 1978, there was actually two propositions on the ballot. There was Proposition 8, which would have created a split roll system, and Proposition 13, which we know well. Proposition 8 failed by 53%, and Proposition 13 passed by 65%. So the reason we don't have a split roll system is because voters rejected it and continue to reject it. I'm Scott Kaufman, Legislative Director for the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. I represent our nearly 250,000 members, the almost 9 million Californians who oppose split roll, and the 65% of Californians who say that Prop 13 remains mostly a good thing. The simple beauty of Proposition 13 is that it decouples tax liability from the vagaries of the real estate market, something over which homeowners have absolutely no control. And so the amount of property tax liability depends almost exclusively on the voluntary act of purchase, something they do control. This is especially helpful for first-time homebuyers because it provides certainty to homeowners as to what their tax bill will be in future years. The same certainty that Prop 13 gives to homeowners also provides the benefit to local governments by stabilizing revenue streams from property taxes. Property tax revenue increased 7.1% statewide from 2023 to 24 and has increased steadily for the last 13 years. Those who raise objections never suggest lowering taxes. Their proposal is to raise property taxes regardless of a homeowner's ability to pay. The absolute cap of 1% by Proposition 13 makes everyone's tax reasonable and much lower than it would have been without Prop 13, even for new homeowners like myself. Oh, and as an advisory board member, I just want to say for the record that your staff from the executive director on down are absolute pleasures to work with. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We agree with you wholeheartedly. We do have the most excellent professional staff of any agency in California. I don't want to get in trouble with other agencies, but I think I can say that very, very truthfully. And so we have not received written communications from others on this item. So we'll go to our AT&T operator, and operator, if you could let us know if there's anyone on the line waiting to make a comment on item 10.
Thank you. If you have a comment on item 10, please press a 1 then 0. And ma'am, there are no participants in queue.
Thank you so much. And we'll allow our panelists to make closing comments, and we'll start in the reverse order with Mr. Devon Gray, because I know you have a legislative committee waiting for you. Please come up here, and thank you.
And I'll be brief, but I think that the takeaway that I would have is that it's important that we're situating the conversations around revenues and expenditures in the broader context and conversation of the affordability crisis that we're all experiencing and that we all are aware is an acute danger, I think, to the future for economic mobility in the state. And to the extent that we can meet the moment, we have to be able to have, I think, frank and interesting and nuanced conversations like we're having here around issues that are controversial and issues that have potential winners and losers, but we can find a solution, I think, for everyone here. So I appreciate the intellectual rigor of bringing folks together to have these kinds of conversations, because I think that's the level of sophistication that we're going to need to be able to tackle the challenges that are really, I think, in many ways plaguing the state. So thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. And Professor Shansky.
Thank you again for this opportunity. I guess I would just make 3 brief points. First, I didn't think I would come back to the Constitution of 1879 and the creation of the Board of Equalization, but here we are, right? The Board of Equalization is about making sure that property taxes are collected fairly across jurisdictions. It's true that Prop 13 means that all counties are now collecting the same 1%. I don't see how it's not your job to say, but within the counties, because of the arbitrariness of when people purchased, the burden of tax, the property tax, is inappropriately nonsensical. And I don't see why that's not your job to make a comment on that, especially if it is affecting the major issue facing the state, namely housing affordability. There's no necessary connection with any of this and tax increases. All taxes create distortions, except for maybe a perfect land tax, which again, theoretically we could come close to in this context. And so you could trade off this tax for other taxes that are more inefficient, taxes on capital gains, corporate income taxes, if you think those taxes are less efficient. Furthermore, you can protect people from tax increases through circuit breakers, and which, again, is a terrific idea. I'm very happy to talk to you about. Finally, one thing we haven't really talked about, but which I think is important, which I just want to emphasize, is that when taxes are collected, they are not catapulted into the Pacific Ocean. They go towards public goods. And there's a reason there are various foundations that are organizations that collect information on taxes and tax environments, and they keep saying certain states are the best states because their taxes are lower. Historically, those are also the states that have the least economic activity. And there's a connection between those two obvious things, which is that aggregations of talent and infrastructure require spending on public goods. And so it's not to say that every expenditure makes sense, and you should be careful stewards of public resources. But at the same time, I would emphasize that the current cutting edge of economics is aggregation economics, right? Why people live together because of aggregations of talent. And that talent happens because of public goods. And so raising more for public goods, which is not inherent to what we're talking about here, is certainly a reasonable thing to do.
Thank you. And Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. In making this proposal that I've done, I really want to break out of want us all to break out of the old rigid views we have of this issue. And I want to reference an offline conversation I just had with Mr. Gaines, and I used to talk about this and I missed it in this presentation, which is as a result of our failure to tax land, in particular, the best tax that we have, we load up on new investment. Now, the Smart Roll proposal says, yeah, we do that with business personal property. But if you're a developer trying to build new housing, and I think Devin's mention of $23,000 per house in fees, what we do in our current system is we hit up any new investor with full market value on expensive land, overpriced land, fees, exactions, mitigations of all kinds, then a business personal property tax that goes on for years and years. We tax the sales tax on new investment. We do the opposite, and that's why I'm trying to open up this discussion. We do the opposite of what good economics will tell you. Tax windfall land rents. I sound like Henry George if people hear about that. And don't tax heavily on new investment, which is exactly what we do and is a big contributor, and thank you, Devin, to the affordable housing crisis. Darian said it too, that we have to hit up the new developers because they can't pay the infrastructure out of the rising land values. So if we're looking to help new investment, help local government, deal with affordable housing, we really need to rethink our system. And I know there are people who oppose to any rethinking of that, but I'm trying to I hope, we've opened up a conversation that takes a little different look at these issues. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and a huge thanks to each of our presenters for being here today. I think I can speak for the BOE that this was very valuable to us, and it's not the kind of conversation that we typically have on this board, but you've given us some really good brain food going forward for enriching the conversations that we have within the Capitol community overall. So we thank you, and I think, are we going to go to a short break now? Mr. Chair, is it time for that? No? We'll keep on going? Okay, well, thank you so much to each of our presenters for being here today. This has been tremendously valuable, and I'll pass the chair back to Chair Gaines.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Lieber, and thank you for our speakers' participation. And we'll now move forward on our agenda. Ms. Cicchetti, what's our next?
We're up to item 11 now. We're going to continue
Okay.
on.
All
Which
right.
should be page 19.
That'd be the Executive Director's
Help you out.
report. Wonderful. Ms. Stowers, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. My name is Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. My report today will be brief, as this month's focuses on the various quarterly reports that will be presented by my executive team as part of today's agenda. There are two recent events that were attended by the BOE that I would like to highlight. First, members, on April 9th, David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, was invited by Selvie Stanislaw, the Franchise Tax Board Executive Officer, to present an overview of property taxation in California to the class that she teaches on state and local taxation at UC Davis King Hall School of Law. His presentation covered the functions of county assessors and the State Board of Equalization. His presentation was well received. Next, members, as you know, last week, April 21st through April 24th, the Bay Area's Assessors Association held their annual regional conference in Napa County. This year's meeting provided another opportunity for collaboration engagement with the 58 county assessors, our partners in property tax administration. Board members, offices, and agency staff were represented, and many informative topics was presented. Additionally, Dave Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, Lauren Keach, Chief County Assessed Properties Division, and Carolyn Steinman, Principal Property Appraiser, gave a talk on BOE updates that explains the function of the BOE and discuss our current project the BOE is working on. I would like to thank the CAA, particularly Assessor Recorder Clerk John Tudor, for hosting this year's conference and for inviting the BOE to attend and participate. Working in partnership with the assessors is critical to our mission. Members, I will keep your office informed as new dates come about. That concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. Members, any questions? Yes, Member Vasquez.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I had a chance to attend that conference, and I wasn't able to stay the whole time, but I was just wondering, from your take and participating in the conference, the whole conference, what would you say were some of the major takeaways?
Well, for us, it's always exhausting for us, well, really for Dave, because in addition to trying to participate in the conference, there's always these side conversations where they need help. But the major takeaways, though, what impressed me the most, one of the speakers for one of the sessions did an overview of leadership and building leaders. And I found it very helpful and very beneficial. Another speaker did an overview of the California economy, and another speaker did an overview of the wine industry. So they had some really exciting topics, really encouraging. As far as other takeaways, we may or may have not received some assignments that we're still working on. But it was a very good conference and very well received. And you know, you were there, Vice Chair Lieber was there. And I know, I expect to see the chairman at the upcoming regional conference. I should go ahead and give you the date now.
Yes.
August 4th through the 7th
Yep.
in South Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, thank you.
And then their annual conference is going to be October 6th through the 9th in Orange County, California.
Okay, the statewide again, you said it was in
Statewide,
Orange County?
October 6th and through the
Okay.
9th in Orange County.
Okay, great, wonderful, thank you. All right, very good. Okay, yes, Member Schaefer, please.
Yes, Ms. Stars, you mentioned there is a Bay Area Assessors Association.
Yes.
Could we have a Southern California Assessors Association where we could get our 5 big counties or 6 big
They
counties?
do have, they are broken up by regions.
The what?
They already have that. It already exists, and they're done by regions. So like I said, there's going to be a conference. Oh, that's not. Actually, there's a Southern California Assessors Association. This is the California Assessors Association, and then they group themselves together by regions. So there is one for Southern California already. It exists.
It's their assessor, it's their meeting, not our meeting, and we're just a guest at it.
Correct.
Yeah, well, I would like to be a guest at Southern California one. I think I need more dialogue time with our assessors.
I think that would be wise.
If you can,
I will follow the existing protocol of sending the emails like I do to all members and their staff of when to make your reservation, to reserve for the conference and your stays.
sure, I've met with all of them, and Jeff Brang in LA too, but that's so seldom. It's like once every couple of years or so.
Okay.
Great, yeah, it's a great opportunity. Vice Chair Lieber.
I thought it was a very useful conference to be at, and it was so heartening to see the high level of respect and fandom that our professional staff gets in that setting. I think one of the most valuable pieces of the conference for me was the economics professor from Sonoma State, who gave a good, 2-year review and also some projections of where the California economy may be softening. And I think those are always good information for us to have on the board as we grapple with understanding the larger economic context for California. There was also a couple panels that touched indirectly on the impact of the changing environment and climate in California and the impact on our industries here. And then I thought it was a very valuable chance to talk with our assessors about what's actually going on in specific counties. So it was very worthwhile.
That's great, wonderful. I look forward to the one in August. All right, any other comments before we move on? Okay. We'll now move to item 12, extension of time to complete local assessment role. Ms. Stowers.
Members, Revenue and Taxation Code 616 requires county assessors to annually complete their local assessment role by July 1st. Section 155 provides the board or the executive director may extend by 30 days the deadline for any official act by the assessor. In the case of public calamity, the deadline may be extended by 40 days. Section 155 also requires that the executive director inform the board of any such extension at its next regular meeting. This report is to inform you that Mariposa County Assessor has requested and been granted a 30-day extension to complete their 2025 local assessment role. That completes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, We will move forward to the next item. Item 13, Operational Priorities Report and Quarterly Budget Report, presented by Ms. Renati. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. For the record, I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I'll report on some of the agency's strategic efforts on BOE's workforce. Since our last meeting, 3 employees have earned promotions in place. A promotion in place is when an employee's current position is reclassified to a higher level without a change in unit, a change in location, or a change in supervisory relationship. This allows employees to advance to more responsible roles and more complex duties while staying in their current work environment. Additionally, using a promotion in place does not create a vacancy behind it, so it allows us to keep from that rotation that we were experiencing previously.
Okay. So they've developed more experience, they can
Move on.
Move up,
In the
yeah.
past, where we weren't able to do this, we didn't have a lot of, we needed more people in different roles. So this is,
Okay.
we're now at the point where we can start doing this.
Thank you.
So it's been excellent for us. Members, as you know, BOE's agency-specific job classifications require both education and experience. This means that BOE doesn't have a true entry-level position available to hire our appraisers and auditor appraisers to complete our essential work. This has been especially difficult for our State Assessed Properties Division, who does need auditor appraisers with specific education and experience. I'm pleased to announce that Department of Human Resources, also known as CalHR, has approved our request to temporarily use the tax auditor classification. As you recall, we've been using that position for decades, but we're prohibited from using it after the reorganization in 2017. You know, we're very excited about this. We're immediately trying to hire those tax auditors. And at the same time, we are continuing to work on our long-term project to fix all of our classifications so that once and for all, we will have the classifications we need to continue our work. And before I move on to the next item, which is a quarterly budget report, is there any questions on our workforce?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think that auditor appraiser issue is big. The fact that you got permission from CalHR is really valuable. I knew that I thought we had like 4 or 5 positions open. So I guess my question is, are we filling those as a result of that flexibility?
Well, we just got the permission this month, so,
Okay.
you know, hiring, we have to
Okay.
post it and going through all the process. So we anticipate, you know, there's a lot of people graduating from college in May, and so we're hoping to get some of those college graduates because what the tax auditor requires is either an accounting degree or a certain amount of accounting credits, which basically is an accounting major.
Yeah.
So we can go
Okay.
out and right to the schools and grab those people.
Great.
So,
Wonderful.
looking
Thank you.
forward to it. Or someone coming back into the workforce that has an accounting background.
Okay. Any other questions before she moves on? Okay, thank you.
So the next item is a report on the agency's budget appropriation. As you know, our budget is funded by the general fund, and our current working appropriation for our agency provides positions for the funding and support of an operation of our tax programs. 86% of our budget is for salaries and benefits for our employees, and the remaining 14% is for our operating expenses. Earlier, similar to all the other state departments and agencies, our current fiscal year budget appropriation was reduced pursuant to the requirements of the Budget Act of 2024. We lost positions and funding. It was about $1.2 million. And despite that reduction, we're based on our current recent projections, we are right on target to spend about 90% of our budget. May go a little higher once we get to the end. And the reason I say that is we're working on our year-end activities, trying to get every expense report in for travel, making sure that any purchases we've made gets put into the books, and making sure that we can get all those done. Also, we are looking at every single purchase that we make and making sure it's mission critical. So that just continues the work that we do to make sure we spend the money wisely. So the governor's May revisions coming soon. So far, we have kept our ear to the ground. We haven't heard that we're having any budget cuts for our agency, so we should be fine. So our spending is on target, and we should be fine for next year to have the same amount of positions that we have now.
Great.
And that concludes my report. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Renati. We'll now move to item 14, Chief Counsel Quarterly Report presented by Mr. Moon. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines, members of the board, Richard Moon, Chief Counsel. I'm here to provide a very brief update about our legal department activities in the first quarter of 2025. The numbers are linked to a document on the PAN, which I'm sure you have seen. And I'm not going to go through all the numbers, but just to tell you that our focus has now changed from what you know to be the state assessee season from Q4 of last year to now back to sort of our regular workload. And there's a couple focuses that we have. One is trying to catch up on all of our backlog, which we've had, quite honestly, since AB 102. And so we're making efforts to try and catch up on those, as well as looking at regulations and regulatory work that we need to continue to do. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have a sense of the backlog in terms of timeline for catching up?
It really depends on how much comes in, but we have been able to reduce. So the backlog, there's different backlogs for different types of work that we're doing. So for example, for some of our less formal responses, our backlog had, in terms of response time, had been several months. And we've gotten down to about 1 or 2 months.
Okay.
For our more formal responses, it may have gone up to a couple years.
Okay.
And we've gotten that down to under a year.
Okay.
And we're hoping to get it down far faster than that.
Okay. I'm imagining you're prioritizing what's most important.
Yes, of course.
In
Yes.
terms of what you need to get to. Okay. And you think that will improve then? It sounds like we're making progress, but.
Yeah, we are making progress. Part of it is we've been, since AB 102, understaffed. That's part of it. So we are in the hiring process, and we are looking actively now for a couple more attorneys.
Okay.
One a beginning attorney, one a little bit more senior.
Okay.
So that will definitely help.
Very good. Great. Thank you. Member Schaefer.
Mr. Moon, do you ever get invited to speak before legal groups or civic clubs or anyone really interested in knowing a little more about BOE? I think you have a great grasp of all parts of it, and you'd make a good program.
Yes, not last quarter, but I do often speak to bar groups around the state, often with the County Councils Association, with the County Assessors Association as well.
Maybe at a law school, you see it.
I have. It's been a while since I've spoken at a law school.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moon. Appreciate it. We're now moving to item 15, Communication Chief's Quarterly Report presented by Mr. Kim.
Yes,
Hello.
good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. I'm Peter Kim, BOE's Chief Communications Officer. So today I'll provide a brief overview of some major highlights and accomplishments for the first quarter of this year. First, I'll provide some updates on the BOE website. The Proposition 19 webpage had approximately over 73,000 unique external page views in the last quarter. Since its launch on May 10th, 2020, there have been approximately over 760,000 total page views. During this quarter, the guidance issued and additional resources tab were updated to include the adjustment of the $1 million amount for the intergenerational transfer exclusion. The Translate webpage had approximately over 7,500 unique external page views in the last quarter. Since its launch on June 10th, 2020, there have been approximately over 34,000 total page views. So members, next I wanted to provide a brief update on property tax disaster relief communications. As you know, since the wildfires first began in Los Angeles and Ventura counties in January of 2025, the BOE has been proactive in sharing information and resources regarding property tax disaster relief. The department issued a news release to inform property owners impacted by the wildfires that they may be eligible for property tax relief. Additionally, the BOE website prominently features disaster relief on the homepage, and the alert banner was also updated to feature property tax disaster relief information. Finally, the webpage and the information guide for disaster relief for damaged or destroyed property have also been shared several times on all of BOE's social media channels. Finally, members, I will now provide a brief recap on the new or updated publications that the department facilitated this past quarter. The memo lists all of the publications, and I know the board has received copies, including the board governance policy and the property tax legislative bulletin last month. So members, this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Okay, I just wanted to comment, thank you again for this annual report. I thought it was really well presented, the best I've seen, and a lot of good information you can drill down on. There was also a comment earlier, and it had to do with, I think it was, Member Vasquez was asking about, how many inquiries as it relates to Prop 19. And I think kind of the beautiful thing here is we've got a website where people can just go directly. And you indicated we had 73,000 people in the last quarter that are going directly to that and getting their questions answered, so they're not having to send an email or anything else, so.
That's correct, yeah. Our update is updated in real time. We really rely upon the property tax department that does all the work in terms of the technical advice that they issue. And of course, we update it so that all taxpayers have the information available whenever they want to search it. So, and thank you for your comments on the annual report. I can't take all the credit myself. It was all of the team that contributed to the annual report. I also want to do a shout out to our partners at CDTFA, the Forms and Pubs section that assisted us with developing the publication.
Yeah, we appreciate the whole team for the work they've done and all the information provided. Just to drill down on that Prop 19 again, so there are 4,585 calls, 569 emails, but probably maybe 200,000. I'm trying to annualize your quarterly number, but probably a couple 100,000 that had inquiries. So that's encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, on a quarter-to-quarter basis, it ranges between 35 to 75,000 hits a quarter. So, a lot of the inquiries that folks, they're accessing the information we have on there, which is great because they're able to find it on their own. Yeah.
Great.
So they're actually able to ask a question and get an answer through the website, correct?
We do have a frequently asked questions page, so a lot of questions can be answered through that. We do also have the fact sheets, which are also translated into Spanish and simplified Chinese. We have so many additional resources there. All of the LTAs are on there. I know that a lot of assessor staff go to our websites as well because it's all there in one place.
That's great.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Great.
Okay. That's very good. Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
thank
Kim.
you.
Appreciate it. We'll now move to item 16, Taxpayer Rights Advocate. And this is presented by Ms. Thompson. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Very good, thank you.
Good. So, good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable board members. For the record, I am Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to keep you informed. I'm pleased to provide you statistics on the number of completed cases last month, and we completed 46 cases. 15 were in Chairman Gaines's district, District 1, and 14 were in Vice Chair Lieber's district, District 2. 4 were in Member Vasquez's district, District 3, and 13 were in Board Member Schaefer's district, District 4.
Now, nobody's cooking those numbers, right? Those are accurate?
They're accurate.
Because we're always trying to figure out who has the most
Somebody's blowing
active,
them up, man.
who has the most active district in terms of inquiries. Thank you.
Sometimes it works out. So 8 of those were from the administrative category, and 38 were from the valuation category. The memo that is attached to the public agenda notice provides additional detail on the topics within each of those categories. However, the topic with the highest number of cases in the administrative category was delinquent and defaulted taxes with 3 completed cases. And for the valuation category, the number of cases with the highest total was from exclusions from reassessment with 14 cases, followed by change in ownership with 13 completed cases. For those 14 exclusion cases, 6 were for transfers between parents and children. 1 was for the grandparent-grandchild exclusion. 6 cases pertain to base year value transfers for seniors, and 1 was for a base year value transfer for disabled persons. And this concludes my update. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Wonderful. Members, any questions?
So it sounds like the most common is still Prop 19. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yeah, they're exclusions, so the majority of the exclusion
majority.
cases are now with current law under Prop 19. So we have occasionally some older cases that happen to be a situation where a parent or maybe a grandparent may have passed before the effective date of Proposition 19, only basically they're just discovering it. So they may not have reported timely to the assessor's office. And so as they sell the property, then they're realizing that it was not reported. So in some cases, they're able to get the parent-child exclusion, and unfortunately, in some, they are not.
Okay. All right, very well.
Thank you.
You, Ms. Thompson, appreciate it. Move to item 17, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Chair Gaines, honorable members of the board. Once again, David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. With me today, I have my team of chiefs, and we actually have 4 reports for you. The first 2 will be by Ms. Lauren Keach. She will cover the letters to assessors and training and certification programs, followed by Ms. Holly Cooper. She will give you the quarterly update on the assessment practices surveys division. And the last will be Mr. Jack McCool, and he will give you a brief update as to what's going on in the State Assessed Properties Division right now. But before I turn it over to them, I do want to recognize your pointing out that our board website is actually our first line of helping and serving the public. Anything that we could put on there that is easily usable, digestible, and searchable helps our stakeholders find the answers without coming to us. It lessens our work, but we will never be able to drive down all the work to the actual website as friendly and as complete as we could make it. Sometimes the questions will, by necessity, have to be answered by a member of the staff. But if you look at the numbers themselves, at 11,000 plus per year for phone inquiries and another 11,000 in written other inquiries, it's quite a workload. So anything that we could do to help our stakeholders get information readily and easily, we've been continuously looking at that avenue. So just wanted to bring that up.
What I like is you have the option.
You have the option. And
Have you ever called a business or even some government entities and you can't speak to anybody?
Right.
And you got to go to the website and then you can't find the answer to the question. It's like, I guess you can send an email, but I think it's good to have some interface where you can speak to someone.
A live person, a way to send sometimes it's easier for them just to tap out a quick message that they can get their points more succinctly. Every way we can in order to make it a little bit easier for folks to get their answers.
Yeah, good.
Okay. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Keach for the first 2 reports.
Great.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable board members. I'm Lauren Keach, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of LTAs issued since the last board meeting and a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs issued to date can be found. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff has issued a total of 11 LTAs, and for calendar year 2025, and 2 since the report at the last board meeting. Those 2 LTAs are summarized as follows. The first is an LTA to announce updates to government code regarding the California Public Record at Home Address confidentiality. And the second LTA is to request the assessment appeals filing period. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, members? None.
Okay, thank you then. I will go on to my next report on the BOE's Appraisal Training and Certification Program. For the 2024-25 fiscal year, BOE staff has scheduled 33 classes and 3 webinars. In addition, 8 classes have been instructed using instructors from county assessors' offices. As we are concluding our courses scheduled for this fiscal year, we have taught 32 classes and completed the 3 webinars. We continue to offer our existing online basic training courses that are available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as online courses and self-study training sessions that are available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions?
I have a question,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Keach, for your presentation. So in the annual report, we have 2,252 students, and then it goes on to say BOE issued 330 permanent and advanced appraiser certifications, and then 8 permanent and advanced assessment analyst certifications. Can you give me the difference from the 2,000 to the 330 to the 8? Is it like more advanced as you go along?
So the 2,000 students versus the certificates, I'm not sure I
Correct.
fully
Yeah,
understand.
are these people, are the students trying to get these certifications?
So
it works?
it's 2 different things. In order to take these courses that we offer, you must first receive a certificate. So they would take the course offered through California State University, Sacramento, to obtain their temporary certificate. They take an exam and then they get their permanent certificate. And then at that point, they're required to receive 24 hours of education each year. So they do so by taking these classes that we offer or self-study training sessions. So that reflects the 2,000 plus students that you see that are taking our BOE offered courses. So that's for our own BOE appraisers as well as appraisers in the county assessor's offices.
Okay, and then what about this 330 permanent and advanced appraiser certifications? You have to complete that initial course to advance to this next course?
So once you get your permanent, there's a certain rigor for courses that you would take to obtain an advanced certificate. There is a special exam for that, but it goes in order. Once you receive your permanent, you take our classes, and then once you have taken the certain number of advanced courses, you can then take the advanced certification exam and receive that certificate. One advantage to that is obviously the level of having an advanced, and it requires less hours of training. So instead of 24, that would only be 12 each year.
Got it. I'm just wondering the kind of the drop-off or the disparity in numbers. You have 2,000 students that initially enroll, and then if you want to get advanced, only 330 have advanced, and then on top of that, only 8 have taken a further step. So thank you for helping me understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, the 2,000 just reflects the students we have throughout the year for the 33 or 30-something classes that we offer. So they could be repeat students taking classes throughout their career.
Well, what is the reason you think that people don't want to continue to get an advanced certification? Maybe, you said it's less training hours. I assume it's maybe more pay as well?
I think that they will get there, but it just depends on where they're at in their career and the time that it takes to get there. So we see a lot more people coming in for the permanent because that's the start of their career. And then as they go on their journey and take those courses and get the experience that they need, then in their later years, they would get the advance. So it's not always going to be at the same time for everybody, and that can definitely ebb and flow.
Understood. And then if you're able to send it to me at another time, can you give me like demographic data, like the breakdown of what parts of the state, and then in terms of race as well, who are taking these certification courses? That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, I will see if we can get that to you. Thank you. All right, well, that will conclude both of my reports. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Ms. Keach. And we'll now move on to Ms. Holly Cooper. Assessment Practices Surveys.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. Holly Cooper, Chief of the Assessment Practices Survey Division. Today, I will be presenting an overview of the final survey reports published the first quarter of 2025. However, before I get started, I would like to provide a brief background on the programs administered by the Assessment Practices Survey Division. In terms of current auditing practices, what we refer to at the BOE as an assessment practices survey is actually an audit of the county assessors to determine whether property value assessments follow property tax law. The auditors in the Assessment Practices Survey Division perform qualitative compliance audits of the assessor's procedures and practices and perform quantitative audits through the use of defensible statistical sampling of representative assessments from the property tax rolls. During the first quarter of 2025, the Assessment Practices Survey Division issued 4 audit reports via letters to assessors in Colusa, Fresno, Lassen, and Butte counties. The first published report is the Colusa Assessment Practices Audit Survey. We conducted a compliance audit, which includes a review of the assessor's administrative, real property, and business property procedures and practices for roll year 2023-24. In the area of administration, we found the following recommendations. Improve the workload program by reporting statistics as requested by BOE pursuant to Section 407. Improve the welfare exemption program by conducting field inspections on all first-time filing claims for new locations. In the area of real property, we made the following recommendations. Improve the change in ownership program by correctly implementing the penalty process in accordance with Section 482 Subdivision A. Improve the LEOP program by reassessing all properties owned by a legal entity undergoing a change in control or ownership and applying penalties in accordance with Section 482B. Improve the exclusion program by reappraising all properties exceeding the 1 million exclusion provided in Section 63.1 and submitting quarterly reports to the BOE pursuant to Section 69.5B7. Improve the new construction program by valuing new construction at its fair market value and classifying wells as land pursuant to Rule 124. And finally, improve the decline in value program by annually reviewing all decline in value properties pursuant to Section 51E. In the area of personal property and fixtures, we made the following recommendations. Improve the audit program by performing the minimum number of audits of professions, trades, and businesses pursuant to Section 469, developing and maintaining an effective audit tracking schedule, and using a comprehensive audit checklist as a standard component of all audits. And finally, improve the business equipment valuation program by correctly classifying machinery and equipment reported on business property statements. Next up, we published both Fresno and Lassen County assessment sampling audit surveys. Our sample of Fresno County's roll year of the 2022-23 indicated an average assessment ratio of 99.38%, and the sum of absolute differences measuring the disparity among assessments was 0.69%, both well within tolerance. Our sample of Lassen County's roll 2023-24 had an average assessment ratio of 97.44%, and the sum of absolute differences was 2.73%, again within tolerance. The final published report was the Butte County Assessment Practices Audit Survey. We conducted a compliance audit, which included a review of the assessor's administrative real property and business property procedures and practices for roll year 2023-24. In the area of administration, we made the following recommendations. Improve the welfare exemption program by conducting field inspections on all first-time filing claims for new locations and properly applying late filing provisions for welfare exemption claims that are not filed timely. In the area of real property, we made the following recommendations. Improve the LEOP program by properly applying penalties in accordance with Section 482B. Improve the exclusion program by reappraising all property exceeding 1 million exclusion provided in Section 63.1. And then in the area of personal property and fixtures, We made the following recommendations: improve the audit program, performing the minimum number of audits of professions, trades, and businesses pursuant to Section 469, improve the business property statement program by conducting an audit or performing a field review to update taxable value estimates every 3 to 4 years. In summary, for all audit reports, the BOE found no significant assessment problems as defined in Rule 371. Therefore, the assessors are all eligible to receive reimbursement of costs associated with administering supplemental assessments. This concludes my quarterly report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cooper. I'm wondering, would it be okay if we just took a break? Say a 10-minute, 5 to 10-minute break? Okay, so we're going to recess for a break. How much time do you think we need? 10 minutes, okay, so it's 3:37 and we'll return at 3:47. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we've returned from our short break, and it is 3:52 p.m. And the next item is, we're still working on item 17, the last
Yes, we are.
sub-item.
The last one, yes,
Yeah,
Mr. McCool.
would be Jack McCool.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. The annual state assessee property statements were due on March 1st. Many state assessees requested and were granted extensions to the filing deadline. SAPD staff are diligently working on completing the unitary appraisals, and our staff are working at full capacity. We continue to engage with assessee representatives and will continue to make ourselves available to discuss issues and meet with assessees as needed. Once we have completed our valuation season, staff will immediately begin working on allocating the total unitary values to the counties. In addition, staff will begin working on the valuations for the private railroad cars. PRC property statements were due on April 30th, or are due on April 30th, and staff will be working on completing those valuations before the July adoption of the private railroad car assessment roll. And thank you, members. That includes my brief report for this month, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McCool. We'll now move to item 18. Oh, okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
sorry, didn't
Just
mean
to
to
wrap
cut you
things up, I just, I'll keep this very brief. I just wanted to add just a little bit of context to Deputy Controller Emron's questions about the numbers of folks that have taken our classes versus the number of permanent and advanced certificates that we've issued. And lastly, the number of folks that we've actually certified for the analysts. So since the board has been certifying folks to do ad valorem appraisal work for appraisers, I think we're just around 14,000 folks have been certified, of which about 3,500 are actively still performing that work. So that 3,500 are the numbers that are about active, of which about 2,200 took classes from us last year. So that's the number that you see. The 300 or so permanent and advanced certifications, those are new folks that have recently become certified permanently, or they were folks that were permanent certified that have now moved up to advanced certification. So that number is smaller. So many folks are certified, most of which have taken classes through us, of which about 300 or so plus of them are either brand new service to the counties, and perhaps even some from the BOE. And then lastly, that 30 some odd folks that are now certified as an analyst, they're not appraisers, no auditor appraisers. What they are they're professional staff from the assessor's offices that do work that are making determinations of changes in ownership or welfare exemptions. So many years, about 7 or 8 years past, the assessors got legislation in that basically had at their option, at the county's option, they can actually have certified folks doing that important work. So not all counties have adopted an ordinance saying that if you were to do this type of work, changes in ownership and welfare exemption determinations, not all counties have adopted that requirement that you be certified. So that number is actually a little smaller.
Why don't you think counties have adopted that so far?
I think part of it is with the adoption of that type of certification analyst, you also have continuing ed requirements. And the continuing education role requirements is, as you well know, it's a time commitment and it's an expense to keep your folks trained.
Does the BOE provide that, a continued training all the way through?
The BOE does provide some training for it. We have classes that deal with that type of change in ownership, welfare exemptions and whatnot. So we do provide that. There's The BOE provides much of the training, but there's also other avenues in which to get our training. We can do it remotely, in person. We have stuff available online. And if you find relevant classes that would fit that type of training, the counties have the option of turning in a syllabus or some kind of program that says, hey, I've taken this training, this is qualified. We would look at it and make a determination. If it does meet, we would grant hours for outside training.
So it doesn't look like the BOE is putting in any barriers in order for this training. It's more of a discretionary choice for
Right.
people to take it or not. But we also have to encourage folks to take it as well.
Right.
Just for, let alone the advanced training, the knowledge, and then also, like I said earlier, I assume that there's higher pay involved here and retaining appraisers because it's not the most popular job in the world. Like, for example, if you're a kid in college, you're not.
No, there are some counties that do offer a pay differential for having an advanced certificate, but not all counties do. And a possible reason why some may delay actually getting an advanced certificate versus a permanent, one of the quirks of the requirements for a permanent versus advanced is, for a permanent, you can actually, if you have excess hours in training, you can carry them over for 3 years. For an advanced, you can only carry it over for 2 years. So while your hourly requirements are lower for advanced, if you have a surplus of credits, you may delay getting an advanced just so you can basically use up some of your banked hours.
Last question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Do you think legislation can fix that loophole, or?
I don't know if it's actually a loophole. One of the requirements that they actually shorten the time frame in which you can hold hours over is that you keep more current while you're not required to do the 24 hours per year. The 24 hours per year is under the assumption that you're new to your job. You're recently certified and you need extra training. But as you move up the ranks, you're now would require a little bit less, but the relevancy as to how current it has to be is a little bit more important. It lets you keep up with basically law changes and market conditions. So they lowered the time frame which you can carry hours over.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, of course.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Young. All right, wonderful. We will move now to item 18, Special Taxes Quarterly Reports. Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. My name is Laurel Williams. I'm the BOE's technical advisor for the special tax programs, which include tax on insurers and the alcoholic beverage tax. I'm going to do my regular report. I will start with the tax on insurers. The number of accounts that we have for the tax on insurers program has remained relatively static since my last report in January. The number is 2,751 accounts. According to the April 2025 Department of Finance Bulletin, revenues for this program in fiscal year 24-25 are at $2.957 billion, which is approximately 2.4% or $69 million above the forecasted amount. This program remains very compliant. The next program is the alcoholic beverage tax program. There are slightly more accounts than from my January report at 10,750. And also, according to the April 2025 Department of Finance Bulletin, revenues for this program in fiscal year 24-25 are at just over $312 million, which is approximately 1.9% or $6 million below the forecasted amount. This program also has the opt-in and opt-out for the beer manufacturer and the wine growers for their return data to be public. And those amounts are fairly consistent as well since my last report, at approximately 65% have opted out for the wine grower return and 57% for the beer manufacturer returns. This program also remains very compliant. So unless there were any questions, that concludes my report.
I've got a question, just like, if I could, on the alcohol, because, you know, we've been hearing a lot of reports about the wine industry really struggling.
Yes.
And I just heard there's a lot of imported wine coming into California, and they're mixing it with other wines here in California. And then in El Dorado County, I know they've really struggled with their wine industry. And
Yes.
is that going on statewide, the challenges?
There's a few things going on.
Yeah.
One is with COVID, consumption went way up.
Yeah.
So we're kind of flattening just because it went at a rate, it increased at a much higher than expected rate. Then there's been some really good weather for wineries in the last few years, so the production has been up. For instance, just the tonnage I've heard is that approximately 10% of the grapes in Lodi were unharvested last year because the production isn't, the grapes being grown is greater than the demand.
Yes.
And so there becomes a cost benefit to harvest. And then with regard to the imported wines, California does have an imported market. However, the imported market in the US, many of the other states drink more imported wines than California does. We drink a lot of California-grown wines here. However, there are some imported wines. I haven't looked at the numbers for that specifically to see how those have, if they've gone up or down. But I think in general, what I've heard from the industry too is, like, for instance, 2023 with the weather conditions, particularly in the Napa-Sonoma area, they're expecting those to be really great wines. So they're not investing as much into like the 22, 21 vintages. They're trying to make room for ones that they're expecting to be really, really good.
Oh, okay. There was a story today on KFBK, and it talked about a lot of bulk wine coming in from other countries, Italy and others.
Yeah, I do know that we do bring in a lot of wine that is a lower priced wine from like New Zealand, Australia.
Yeah, Australia too, yeah.
Yeah, even South Africa, and then in the South American wines too, Argentina in particular, from the Mendoza. So there are quite a few of those that I am sure that there is a competition, especially at different price points.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Excellent. Are there any other questions?
Just a
Member
quick-
Schaefer? I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
I heard a lot of countries mentioned, but not French wine. The National Administration is proposing tariffs. Isn't that going to affect maybe us favorably as far as marketing of California wine?
So I actually wrote a thing anticipating a potential question about tariffs on French wines. So thank you for bringing it up. There is expected to be approximately a 20% decline in French wine and distilled spirits. The U.S. is considered the largest market for French wines. So those would be impacted. Other EU tariffs would also impact the Spanish wines and the ports from Portugal. How it would impact our California wines would be that a lot of the barrels, the oak barrels that are used for aging, there's quite a few wineries that use French barrels. And also cork is generally imported. So those would impact the California growers as well. In the beer market, the 25% tariff on aluminum cans is a big thing that they're worried about. The distilled market is probably, it's a little bit of a different situation. For instance, Scotch whiskey is very hard to reproduce at a local level. So those might be factored into the tariff might be factored into the price. So people might go for a lesser brand or just say, yeah, it used to be $60, now it's $66 or $72, but I'd still really have a preference for that particular.
Right.
So
I don't drink alcohol, so I have non-alcoholic wine. Is there a difference in our administration whether there's alcohol or non-alcohol?
for our alcoholic beverage tax?
Yeah.
Yes, so we do have different tax rates, but they're all only for alcoholic beverages. So non-alcoholic would not be impacted by our tax rates.
It'd be treated like Coca-Cola.
Yeah, we have very specific, in our regulations, has very specific ingredients for what would constitute a wine versus maybe, say, a brandy.
I read that the average Californian drinks 10 bottles of wine a year. Could that be so?
I don't know. I can do some fact checking and get back to you on that.
All right, very good. Deputy Controller Emran?
Thank you. 10 bottles in a year, Mike? I've seen people with 10 bottles in a week. But so we have like a prevalence besides wine, like there's other alcohol options, especially like younger folks, they like hard seltzers, for example. And how does that affect pricing and how is that taxed compared to wine?
Yeah, great question. So, for instance, our wine is taxed at generally 20 cents per gallon. And then the distilled, it's based on the proof. So the lower proof distilled is $3.30 a gallon. The higher proof is $6.60 a gallon. So as you mentioned, there is a slight decline in wine consumption. However, it is taxed at a much lower level than the distilled. So I think that's one of the reasons that we're not seeing as great of a dip as there potentially could be.
And your future, in your professional opinion, the future forecast of the wine tax, do you think it's gonna level out? You said that coming off 5 years since the pandemic, do you think it's gonna equalize, or do you think maybe in the future the wine industry is gonna need some help? Especially with reverse tariffs too, because we also export wine.
Yeah, with the reciprocal tariffs, that's really hard to speak to since they haven't been in place and we haven't seen how they could potentially fall out. But you mentioned the different generations have different preferences. And so one of the things that I did some little research on, and I had mentioned this before in a prior meeting that was like all the way at 450N, so it was a way back ago. But part of the prevalence in this distilled spirits has been the celebrity involvement of like when you have a Kendall Jenner and Ryan Reynolds and people that really speak with a younger generation owning those types of distilled and doing a lot of marketing and people associate. However, there is quite a bit of movement on the wine side too. For instance, Snoop Dogg, Post Malone, John Legend, they're getting into it as well. So I do think that the distilled is going to continue to grow, especially the seltzer and those sorts of markets that are lower calorie, lower alcohol content. The wine market, we're going to kind of have to wait and see how that fleshes out.
Understood. Thank you for your question, your answer.
Great, wonderful. Member Vasquez?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. I think back in January, you touched on extensions and deadlines for special taxes because of the Southern California fires. Can you go over some of those numbers by any chance in terms of the extensions?
Yes, I can. So we had done some automatic extensions for the alcohol programs. The insurance programs are just due in April. Most of them are just now due in April. There's one that's due a little bit later. So we haven't seen that yet. But for instance, and these were as of a couple weeks ago, these numbers. So in the beer manufacturing, there were 143 accounts that were given an extension, and of those, 108 have filed. So there's 35 that were still, and keep in mind, it's normal to have some that are not filed timely. Of the beer and wine importers, 446 were given extensions. Of those, 338 filed, so 108 outstanding. The distilled, 405 were given extensions, 299 filed, 106 outstanding. And the wine growers, 225 were given extensions, 161 filed, and 64 outstanding. So in all of the categories that had some due, the vast majority have had an opportunity to file.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was due, I think, the 1st, wasn't it? April 1st?
No, it was due, most of them were due at the middle of, with the extension, you
Yes.
mean? Yeah, so they were given a 3-month extension. Yeah, so they were due, fairly recently. So these might not even fully reflect all of the ones that have filed.
Okay, so if you're gonna buy alcohol, it's gotta be local, in a bottle, without a natural cork. Is that right? Does that avoid tariffs?
Exactly.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, now move to item 19. That's Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report. Mr. Angelo.
Good afternoon, Chairman
Good
Gaines and
afternoon.
honorable members. Good to see you. I'm Ted Angelo, Legislative Director and Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. Today, I'm going to provide a brief summary of legislation we're following that could impact BOE's tax programs or administration. The legislature returned from its spring recess last week on the 21st, and the policy committees are moving about as normal, going into some of their final hearings in the middle of May. So we have, policy committee deadlines, fiscal committee deadlines on the 15th of May for the first house. And as always, all of our BOE analyses and amended analyses as needed for active bills will continue to get updated and posted on our website as soon as they're available. And we'll continue to provide your offices with weekly reports that we were talking about a little bit earlier today that show what bills we're tracking and what their recent disposition is. So their most amended version that we were talking about earlier. And also on today's agenda and attached to the pan was a list of the bills that we're tracking, separate from the ones that I send to you on a weekly basis. So I thought today I would just kind of, since I would go over a little bit of where we are with the disaster relief legislation that's moving forward. Most notably, and last month we had a nice in-depth discussion over most of these proposals. I would say, well, first, Chairman of the Assembly Rev and Tax Committee, Member Gibson, who was here, has AB 245. On the Senate side, Chairman McNerney and others on the committee have SB 663. And then Member Perez, Senator Perez has SB 293. And I'm going to go over each of these. And then there's also a committee bill, AB 1517, that we haven't really talked about, which is a codification of the governor's executive order. So AB 245 by Assemblymember Gibson, Chairman Gibson, you all supported that bill with the controller abstaining. And that bill extends by 3 years the ability to transfer the base year value of property to a replacement home for the fire victims of Southern California. And it also gives some flexibility for assessors to account for the damage that occurred. The bill was heard in Rev and Tax and went to their suspense file. So that's a pre-appropriations committee suspense file that'll be taken up at the end of their deadline for a first House Policy Committee. So sometime in the next week or two. And I obviously expect these bills for relief to be moving forward, just, as they've been covered pretty well. So AB 1517 is a suspension of penalties and interest. It was codifying in this bill, basically in the executive order by the governor, all property taxes were deferred until April of next year, and all interest and penalties due were deferred. But this bill is codifying that and just putting it into code. So it does have costs associated with it, and it'll probably go to suspense because it has those costs associated with it. And you can make an argument that the bill isn't causing the reduction the actual gubernatorial order did. But if you looked at the bill and said, hey, if he didn't do this, what would it cost? This is what it would be. So those are the types of things that we're looking at that may not be something that was put in place already. Go ahead.
Question if I could. What are the odds of something going into suspense coming out of suspense?
That's a good question. and it changes. Yeah. It changes every year. I can say, offline, I'll tell you some funny stories, but I used to work for the Senate Appropriations Committee years ago. So I know some of it is dealing with just the costs and the budget situation we're dealing with. Right. Obviously, we ran into, the budget situation.
I had a lot of bills die there. and I tried to advance legislation that didn't cost any money, but it depends on what the definition is, too.
There are political factors involved. There's so many different factors involved. Yeah. But there's some funny stories historically about that, about members, because they are allowed to, at least they used to, they are allowed to give a list of priority bills. So if they have like 5 bills on suspense and 2 of them are the most important to them for their first year, and they don't want to see it die, or whether it's on. Okay. So you can prioritize it, things like that. Mm-hmm. Oftentimes, as you've seen, bills go on suspense and then they're amended significantly to try to reduce the costs. That's right. Put sunsets on them, and so there's many factors involved. SB 293 is one that we didn't talk about too much, but it increases from 6 months to 3 years, the time frame for the timely filing for those eligible taxpayers with unrecorded changes in ownership, where the property was reassessed due to a disaster in LA. So if you had an unrecorded change in ownership and current law only allowed you 6 months, and you can't get through probate in that amount of time. So it's going to allow for mistakes that had occurred for people that had already gone through this horrific disaster to get their paperwork back in order, and gives the assessor the discretion to have that extra time to look at that. SB 663 does similar things to AB 245, but it extends the deadline from 12 to 24 months. And again, this is another measure you supported last month. With the controller abstaining, for taxpayers to file a claim for disaster reassessment for a property that was damaged or destroyed in the wildfires. It lengthens the 5-year deadline, similar to 245, by an additional 3 years for applying the base year values and transferring them. And it also deems property that received a welfare exemption or any exemption to continue to be used exclusively for its welfare exempt purposes, basically allowing those to go in perpetuity. But it puts a sunset date of January 1, 2033, which is the 8-year format that they're doing with the 5 and the 3 for the other 2 measures. So they're all kind of in line. And then that would ultimately change until construction has been completed on the property or the property has returned to its prior use, and they go through the steps at that time. Lastly, the bill also permits the assessor to determine appropriate data damage for purposes of the reassessment and makes technical changes to synchronize definitions used for emergency proclamations issued by the governor. So those are the main bills, and they're all moving forward. They're all going to suspense because of costs, and then we'll be hitting those deadlines at the end of the month before they go into budget season. So that's really it for me on the disaster relief. There's quite a few other bills that I'm just going to mention today. I'm not going to go into great detail, but we're taking a look at them. A few that the assessors have issues with, but they're moving forward with the commitment to continue to work on those issues. One of them, AB 317 we heard about last month, which is the first time Homeowner Dream Act. That bill was pulled from its hearing, and the author is, I think, working with the committee. That one's complicated because you're dealing with dollar values and thresholds, and we covered that kind of in length. So that one isn't going to be heard, but it may be rescheduled. AB 613 by Assemblymember Gonzalez. The assessors have concerns with that and oppose, but willing to work with the author kind of position on that. And this adds a commercial community ownership entity to a type of contract and enforceable restrictions that assessors must use. So it's basically commercial properties that have, in urban areas that have different types of community-oriented, they want to get a tax treatment for those. And it's very complicated, and the assessors have some concerns about how they would work those enforceable restrictions. SB 293, I already covered. SB 296 are the veterans exemption bills, and all of those I'm not going to cover today, but those are moving forward, and there's a number of them, and some that you supported today. Those haven't been scheduled yet. SB 623, Archuleta, and the constitutional amendment accompanying it haven't been scheduled for hearing yet. Those should be updated on our website soon with the analysis, but we had a proposal like that either last year or in 2023, and it's exact same proposal. SB 566 Grove is for seniors, and it increases the homeowner's exemption from $7,000 to $50,000 for 62-year-old plus. That's going to be an expensive bill, and I'm sure a lot of people think that's a great idea. We'll see how that pans out.
But it hasn't gone on suspense yet.
It hasn't gone on suspense yet.
Checking.
All right, I'll try not to be crack jokes here. So Ms. Smallwood Cuevas has SB 592, and this adds exclusions for limited equity housing cooperatives in the community land trust area. This is another one we're taking a look at. I'm not going to go into it today because it's very complicated. The assessors have some concerns with it because of how you would inform them under the CLT model, or, and this is like when a cooperative has multiple tenants and they want to purchase the property they're on, and there's 51% of them, they want to be able to exclude reassessment if they purchase the property. All well intended, but there's a process that happens for CLTs, there's a process that happens for these, there's a limited number of them, it would put work on the assessors. Those are the types of concerns we're looking at there. There's a bill for active solar energy systems. I'm not going to go into that today because some are expiring. You've talked about them at earlier board meetings. They are looking at doing an extension for certain types of lower generating solar. And that's a political issue. I don't know where that's going to land. I'm just giving you a heads up that they're looking to do something there.
If we could kind of speed it up just a little bit.
Okay.
Mr. Angelo, I appreciate what you're doing, but if we could just move it along. It'd be great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I could stop right there.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Yeah.
Just a
Member
quick one.
Vasquez.
Did you get a chance, or have we heard anything from I guess it was AB 1253 that was in rev and tax on the whole property when they're on the rebuild, where they go to the 110% versus 120.
I'll look into it. I don't have that
Okay.
information with me today.
It's
I'm
new.
sorry.
I mean, I believe it was heard Monday
Okay.
in rev and tax,
SB 1253?
1253.
Okay.
Okay, anything
I'm
else?
good.
All right, Deputy Controller Emron.
Yes, Mr. Angelo, I had a quick question as well. I see this exemption for Native American tribes, and just in terms of tribal housing, have you seen any bills come through this year?
Yes, and that was one of the bills I was going to cover, but I stopped.
Okay.
That
A
bill.
quick snippet there.
That bill is, I'm just trying, I'll get back to you on it, but that bill is allowing Native American tribes to reacquire land as long as it is used for preservation purposes, and they're entitled to the land. It would otherwise be federally exempt. So it would allow for a temporary transitory exemption when used for that purpose, and the governor and some other entities in the Native American tribal realm have numbers on how much that would be. We're working on the analysis on that. But they see it as a win-win in many ways because it can be used for fire protection in some of this land, but there will be a cost associated with it. But it really, if it was federally treated, it wouldn't be taxed either. So.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, they've been, just as a note, they've been helpful in El Dorado County. The Shingle Springs Rancheria, their fire department's been doing a lot of brush clearing, outside their lands throughout the county.
Right.
So, been a real asset, very helpful. Okay, I think that will take care of it. Thank you, Mr. Angelo. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I sped you up there.
It's all right. Okay. Sometimes I need that.
Okay, all right. So, let's see, we don't have any written comments, is that correct? Good. And no one's in the audience? All right. So we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone that would like to make a public comment regarding these items on the agenda.
Certainly, anyone that would like to make a comment may press 1-0. And no public comments from the phone line.
Okay, great, thank you, moderator. Okay, do we have any closing remarks prior to adjournment or to adjourn in memory?
I have closing remarks, but
Yes.
should we do it, it's more of an adjournment, should we do it today or tomorrow, does it matter?
Today is a board meeting, tomorrow is just a board work group, so today
So
would
it
be
should
the
be
day.
today?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to adjourn officially our meeting here in memory and in honor of our Pope Francis, Bishop of Rome. I didn't follow him that close, but after looking at his background, he was an amazing individual. And I just wanted to mention a few things that, at least in looking into some of his background, the Bishop of Rome and leader of the Roman Catholic Church since 2013, who died of natural causes at the age of 88 on April 21st, 2025 in the Vatican City. He was the first pope from Latin America, the first Jesuit, the first to take the name of Francis after St. Francis of, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. Assisi? Is that right?
Assisi, yeah, in Italy.
And the first to visit Iraq, meeting this top Shiite Muslim in the clear of 2021. Francis led the church through a period of significant change and global challenges. His legacy was marked by a focus on the social justice and human dignity, environmental concerns, inclusivity, interfaith relations and dialogue, and efforts to address issues like poverty, migration, and the climate crisis. As Pope Francis demonstrated great humility and simplicity, he chose not to live in the papal apartments, but instead to reside in the Vatican guest house. He was noted for his personal connections with people, his willingness to listen, and his down-to-earth nature. Pope Francis was born Jorge, I didn't realize, Jorge Mario Borguglio, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, on December 17, 1936, to Italian immigrants in Buenos Aires, Argentina. The eldest of 5 children, he was named as cardinal by the Pope John Paul II in 2001 and was elected as the 226th Pope in March 13 of 2013. Amazing man. And as I was watching, especially all these reports they've been doing, I didn't realize how humble the man was.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, yes. Could I just comment on that before we move? Just a moment if I could. Yeah, thank you for those comments. I'd like to just add on a little bit, but so as a Jesuit, you take a vow of poverty. And so, you know, he never had any wealth, never really aspired to it as a Jesuit. And then to be made Pope at such a late age, I think it was 76, and then served through age 88. And I remember reading an article about him a few years ago. He's very frugal. And so when he would get his morning newspaper, he would take the rubber band and save the rubber band and use it for something in the future. And so I think that just speaks to him.
Yeah.
And also in terms of humility, I saw a great photograph of him where he was, you know, a lot of the sick would come and see him. And there was an individual who had his face and body were deformed as a result of a disease that he had. And the picture had him clutched in his arms, and he was just praying with him. And it was really just a moving photograph, but I think that was kind of an example of how he lived his life. And so, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And Member Schaefer.
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to mention the last American that the Holy Father spoke with was our Vice President.
That's right. That's right.
And I also want to mention that one of my constituents and personal friends, Cardinal McElroy, is one of us Californians. He's back in Rome helping elect the new Pope, so we have an interest in that.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, any other comments? All right, so I guess, are we adjourning? We have the workshop tomorrow. Okay, so we will go ahead and adjourn, and the time is 4:35. And have a great evening.